All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate your presence. Shout out to everyone who started Cook Fresh Chat. We're gonna get right on into it. Um, it's how can I say this? I'm amazed by how deep this Umar Johnson saga goes. Um, I'm amazed by how much more there's out there that I haven't really got into all that much, but it's worth taking the time to take a look at. And the title of this video is important. Breaking news: Umar Johnson has a building for his cult, and it's not FDMG. Okay, he has those abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, but there's other stuff going on. And yesterday or 2 days ago, I think it was 2 days ago, it might have been yesterday, James sent me a link to a video where Umar is speaking. And then he sent me a flyer to that particular event. And I haven't even watched the video, but I started looking into this, and I think it was yesterday. I started digging into it, and I put together some notes, research notes, that I'm going to share here with you guys today. It's going to be a little bit of different show, but you guys, by the time we get to the end, you guys are going to see how deep this goes. It's a problem. Outside of FDMG itself, it's a problem. I'll explain why as we get deeper into this. Also, while I was doing this research, something came to mind because I remember years ago, there's someone who reached out to me and sent me an email, and I'm gonna tie all this in. And I went back and I found the email. And what I had to do was I had to take someone's name. Okay, we'll get into that just a little bit. And I had to go through my email to see if I still had it. And I searched for that name, and it came up. I had several emails with that name in it, but the particular email that I was looking for that populated, and I opened it up. And this email is from 2020. I forwarded that to James. So James, if you are in the chat room, if you can confirm that you received the screenshots of that email, I did forward that to you. I've asked him not to reach out to that person. I did email that person, and let's see if they respond. Okay, this is someone who used to be in the Cookie Crush chat back in 2020. So it's been a long time. Let's get into this. We have a lot to get into. If Black Anonymous is here, some of this stuff you're probably already going to know about. But for sure, James and I, we've been going back and forth, emailing each other, and that's why we're starting a lot later than what I had anticipated, because I've been putting together this brief presentation. I got to say this, and he's helped me, so thank you for that. I have to say that this is preliminary because there's so much more headroom that we still have to get. There's a whole lot more that's wrapped up into this. I'm going to give you guys some preliminary stuff just to get us started. And if we have to do part 2, because it's a lot of information, we'll do that tomorrow. If we got to do part 3, we'll do that on Wednesday. But we will get through all of this this week for sure. And then as further research takes place, I'll update you guys. All right. So let me start with, and everyone shout out to everyone inside the Cook Crush chat. Okay. Let me start with just a snippet of the video, because we're gonna put this in a bit of a timeline, but then we're also going to be going back in time, because that email is from 2020, and then we're going to be pushing it forward, and then we're going to be looking at some stuff from in and around the time that this person sent me this email. Because the fascinating thing about this, what they were telling me back in 2020, we did talk about it briefly on one of the lives back then, but we didn't get deep into it because my focus has always been on Umar. It still is to this day, but there's so much more outside of that that's connected to Umar and this person. The information that they were presenting to me, we talked about it back then, but we didn't get deep into it. Okay, after we talked about it, I kind of set it to the side, and then based upon what James sent me yesterday or the day before yesterday, I think it was yesterday. That's when I said, "Oh, wait a minute, let's look deeper into this." And so that's what James and I we've been doing, and we'll be updating you guys as we continue along with this. Okay, so I brought up the video. First, let's start with the video. Well, yeah, let's start with the flyer. So the flyer that James sent me is this one right here. And actually, this is the wrong one. I don't want to put that one up there. Again, this is all public, but just to because for cybersecurity purposes, this is how I am. I'm going to put this one up here. So it's the grand opening Alumni House Art Gallery. Is anyone familiar with what the Alumni House is and who are the alumni? Just for people to think about here. The grand opening Alumni House, you see Dr. Umar Johnson, he's tagged up there. Art gallery. I remember we were talking about art galleries way back in the day too. Hit the one for some of you guys who've been around for a while. So the grand opening, Alumni House Art Gallery, and then it says, driven by a mission to connect the diaspora to its roots, we are dedicated to providing cultural and spiritual education through our traditional mediums of art. Join us for an unforgettable evening, bridging past and present. Look at the terminology here too, by the way, providing cultural and spiritual education. We're going to come back to this a little bit later on, because when I talk about the cult dynamics of this, it gets really, really deep. Okay, y'all stay tuned on this. Okay, I'm gonna try to get all this in during this live stream. If not, we'll do part 2 tomorrow. We need to do part 3. We'll do part 3 on Wednesday. So join us for an unforgettable evening, bridging past and present. Evening experience, the Young Griots Club first annual charity art auction featuring Janice King, artist and fashion designer, wine tasting and intimate artist talks, breathtaking. I think they should have probably made it breathtaking music mix. I don't know. Music mix and mingle, networking and community discussion. Saturday, July 25th. So this was 2 days ago when James sent me. And shout out to James too, by the way. Saturday, July 25th, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. I redacted the address, although this is posted. It's public. It's been posted. Well, we'll get deeper into this a little bit later on. Okay. Anyway, James is the one who sent me this flyer. Free general admissions, VIP tickets available for purchase. VIP includes dinner and or wine tasting and 100% art voucher match for auction purchases. All proceeds go to charity. What charity is that exactly? And where is this Alumni House Art Gallery located? I redacted the address. But I'll tell you guys right up here, right up front, that this address is 2.5 blocks from FDMG, these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Hit the one. Hit the one. 2.5 blocks away. Child, let me get out this chat room, because we got a lot to get into. I will be getting into super chats too, by the way. Okay, I will get into those. Look down at the bottom too, by the way. Okay, so this is associated with some sort of a charity, but then if you look way down at the bottom, I've redacted information. Again, this is all public. Anyone can find this online. And I don't remember. James, was this actually posted on? I don't think Umar posted this on his Instagram. Let me go check real quick. I don't think he posted. And there's a reason why Umar's been hush on this. Okay, now people are probably asking, what does Umar have to do with this? Okay, hold on. Let me go over to Umar's Instagram, and I want to see if Umar posted a flyer, because this is a grand opening and it's significant, because it's not like this just happened. I'm on Umar's Instagram. He posted pictures from this particular event, but did he actually post the flyer? And the answer is, I'm looking here. The answer is no, I don't see it, but it's on someone else's Instagram. So it's public. All of this is public. Okay. I redacted it just because I want to have a little suspense here. And I'm looking a little further on Umar's timeline here, and I don't see him posting this at all. I'm going back earlier this month. I don't see anything on here about this particular Alumni House Art Gallery. Alumni. Who's the alumni, though? Are these children that graduated FDMG? No, there is no school. There are no classes. Not one black child has been educated. So what's this alumni thing? We're going to come back to this a little bit later on, but I just looked down Umar's timeline, and I'm still going towards the beginning of this month, and Umar did not post this on his Instagram. But James sent me this because he knows someone else and knows who posted it, and we're going to be getting into that today. And Jimmy, it's not Big Ann and it's not Sharon. I'm telling you, this stuff is really, really deep. It's a lot deeper than I thought. Okay. And again, we covered this back in 2020 a bit because of the email that I received, and I forwarded that to James. And we talked about it back then, but it wasn't. But see, now it's relevant now. It's much more relevant now because of what's taking place. And I'm going to show you guys what I mean in just a little bit. I'm getting ahead of myself. If you look down all the way at the bottom, it says Naziafa Spiritual Institute. And then under that, I believe, let me go into the Umar Johnson cult folder that I put together with all of this information. And let me pull up the original one here. Yeah, it has an email there, okay, for the Naziafa Spiritual Institute. And then there's a contact number, and it goes to someone for more information. And this phone number goes back to San Diego, California. San Diego, California, but this event is in Wilmington, right? This event is 2.5 blocks away from these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. Umar calls FDMG these fake funky school. Why is contact information going back to San Diego, my hometown? Shout out to Diego, Eastside Pyru. Isn't that interesting? What's the connection between Wilmington and San Diego, family? I was going to be petty and put my podium up here and do this like a presentation, like we in court, but I ain't going to do that. What's the connection? So contact, I redacted it right here. Let me make sure I'm putting up the right one. Contact, there's a number, and it's area code in San Diego. So you got Naziafa Spiritual Institute. You have a contact number that goes back to San Diego. And then it says Alumni House Art Gallery. And then there's a email address that you can send or email if you want to, I guess, get more information that way. So putting all this together just from this flyer, the grand opening Alumni House Art Gallery, driven by a mission to what? Connect the diaspora. What connect the diaspora? To its roots. We are dedicated to providing cultural and, key word here, spiritual education through our traditional mediums of art. Join us for an unforgettable evening, bridging past and present. Who speaks at this event? Umar does. And you know, Umar, he has a long history of wherever he's speaking. I mean, it could be a chicken shack. He's going to post that right on his Instagram page, right? He's going to be boastful, and sometimes he'll post his schedule. Why didn't he post this? And I'm telling you, Umar does not want people to know about this. And Umar doesn't want people to research into this so-called Alumni House Art Gallery. This is the grand opening. Who are the alumni, by the way? It's not the students. Now, James, correct me if I'm wrong right here, because I haven't watched the video. I'm going to assume, okay, that the Alumni House is associated with the graduates from the Prince Ifatunde University. You guys, anyone remember this? Hit the one. James, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking in the chat room. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, how's it going, Dr. Nene? For the sake of logic, got a little princess? Joshua, East Beat. It's not tip to grip. James, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to make that assumption now. Now, it's going to be more apparent once we watch the video, but I'm going to make the assumption now, and it's an educated assumption. And the reason why is because I've done all this ancillary research to find out exactly what the where the Alumni House Art Gallery is located, what the parcel number is, who owns it, where the deed was transferred after ownership, and how that all connects back to Umar, the Alumni House. It's deep. It's not Francis. Now, okay, now James corrected me. He says Umar posted it twice on his IG. I did not see it. I did not see it. I'm looking again now. If you have a link to email it to me, because we're going to be on there for a minute. Email me to it, and I'll correct myself. In fact, I'll correct myself now because James, his research, he's really good at this stuff. Okay, so let me take back what I said. I couldn't find it, and I'm still looking right now, and I don't see the actual flyer. That's what I'm looking for. If he posted the flyer, if you have a link to that, if you could email it to me, I'd appreciate it. And I'm hoping that he did, because if he did, then I'll be perfectly fine with showing you guys everything. Okay, because someone else posted it, and we're gonna get to who that someone else posted. That's why I'm trying to redact, and there's stuff that I won't be sharing. But if Umar posted it, then it's within the scope. Okay. So look, for now, because James said that, let me take that back. That Umar did post it. Okay, but I just looked and I don't see it on his Instagram page. I'm specifically talking about the flyer. Okay, so let's do this. We have. Oh, let me pull up my document. We have the flyer. Okay, and this event was July 25th. Okay, diploma mill. And then we have the actual event. I'm just going to play a little bit of Umar actually speaking here, and then we're going to get deeper into some of the research. All right, here we go.
Here this year again, August 21st, God willing.
Okay. Akira said that they saw it on his Instagram. Okay, but I need to have the link. If someone can send me the link, you can email it to me. That way I can open up the box. And I always say it that way, but when we come from, we say open up the box, it means I can let loose and show you guys everything. Okay, so here's Umar.
And you can go to natturnerlibrary.com to make your reservation, natturnerlibrary.com. Here is Frederick Douglass's gravesite. When we went up to Rochester, New York, and
okay, notice he's saying when we went up to. Who is he referring to? Who is this we? Okay, and I got your email, James. I'm emailing you back because as soon as I can confirm that link, then it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. What else? This okay? Okay, cool. Okay, and then okay, they're saying the 20th row. It's in the middle, underneath the. Okay, let me go back over there. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. All right. Okay, you said the 20th row. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 6. Oh, there it is. Okay, I stand corrected. He did post it on there. And then the part where I said that the reason why he didn't post is because he didn't want people to know about this. I'll retract that and I'll take that back. I stand corrected. Yeah, Umar posted this on 3 days ago, and as a consequence, I can go all in. Okay, so this is all public record, and Umar posted this himself, so there's no need at this point for redaction. Actually, you know what? Just to be kind, I'm not going to show. No, I'm going to go. I'm going to stick with this, but there's other stuff that now I feel comfortable that I can share with you guys based upon the email, and we're going to get to the email too that I got back in 2020. Okay. But I'm going to stick with this just for cybersecurity purposes. I don't want people calling this phone number in California or anything like that, even though Umar posted this on his Instagram page. And then also there's an Alumni House Gmail account that you can email. And then also the Nasiyafa Spiritual Institute. We're going to further into that a little bit later on. That's when it really gets kind of dark. And there's an email there too. But there's other stuff from the email that I'm going to share with you guys that I didn't feel comfortable sharing because Umar didn't post about this, but now it's on. Okay, so let's go back to this, and thank you for the correction. I stand corrected. Here we go.
enough, when you go to Frederick Douglass's gravesite, at least at that time, you would not know that his first wife, Anna Marie Douglass, was buried there, or his youngest daughter.
Okay, so he's inside. This is actually a house. Okay, they call it an art gallery, but it's a house. Okay, Umar's speaking here. He did post a flyer. Stand corrected. But let's see the introduction though. Watch this.
Oh, Rosewood. Yeah.
We got live in Irvington, Delaware.
Kind of one. So now you have like a Chardonnay,
Going live for the
Anyone know who this is?
opening of the Alumni House Art Gallery.
So this is the opening of the Alumni House Art Gallery. Alumni House.
I'm hot.
I left it. I was like, you know,
Yeah, I don't think they have central air conditioning.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Now, she's been around a long, long time. Okay, and we're going to get deeper into that a little bit later on. And the person back in 2020, they sent me this email. I'm going to give you guys all that now. Not right now, but I'm going to share it with you guys. The person that sent me everything, what they were talking about then, I couldn't put the pieces together. Okay, I shared some of the information, but I couldn't put the pieces together. But now that this alumni house grand opening takes place, and then I've done research, me and James helped me with it today. I did some yesterday too, but today in particular, now it all makes sense. Yeah, we'll get deeper into that a little bit later on.
It's big. Because the guy owns 6 yards. Oh.
Yeah, thank you guys too for the super chats. I'm going to get to them, okay, but I just want to make sure we have this foundation laid because we got a lot to get to.
Now you're ready for it. Ooh, and you got competition.
No.
I see you. I ain't mad at you.
I just had to.
That's how we work together.
Yeah.
You got any more?
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, that is a sweet red. Sweet red, if you're interested in that, that's $5. And you can see that.
All right, you see the Marcus Garvey. We're going to stop right there because we're going to come back around to this, and we'll watch the whole thing. Okay, there's a lot that goes on here. There's different people here that you're going to recognize, right, from back in the day. Umar will speak, and we'll listen to him speaking, and then he'll be talking about. You guys see it back there? If you guys look back there, it says Ifatunde University. So when they say alumni house, I'm going to assume that this is for the quote unquote graduates of Ifatunde University. Now, James, if you can correct me on that, please do so now. If that's not what this is about, please correct me now because I haven't watched the video. Okay, but I will stand corrected because it's about the facts. Right. All right. So this particular building, it's a house, and I have redacted information here, but you can find this, and this is actually on the flyer, right? It's on the flyer. I've redacted, but this is the actual house. It's like they're like row houses, if you will. It's a townhome. It was built in 1920. It last sold in 2019. Okay, keep that in mind. 2019 for $25,500. $25,500. Now, what my research shows is that low price was low like that because they were dilapidated. That building, that particular unit was, it's probably all of them, but that particular unit was dilapidated. I can't speak to the rest of them. So let me say that particular unit was dilapidated. What they've done since 2019 is they've renovated it. And they got it to the point where it's habitable. Why hasn't Umar done that with these trap bandos 2.5 blocks away? See where we're going with this? Not only is it habitable, the value at this point, I believe it's over. I think the increase in value was over $100,000 since 2019, if memory serves me correctly. In fact, where did I see that on? I can't remember what site that was on. I'll come back to it. If I remember, I'll come back to it. But the point is that the value was very, very low when they purchased it. Who purchased it back in 2019 for $25,500? At this point, it's worth over $100,000. But this is the townhome that has been converted into an art gallery, but it's a house. Okay, you guys can do your further research on this if you want. You can go look for this flyer on Umar Johnson's site. You can go look up the flyer and you can go do your own research with the address and all that other stuff. Now, real quick, Deshaun, thank you, says it's 128. Yeah, I remember it was something like that. It was something like that. So there was about $100,000 increase since 2019. You know, what's interesting is that level of increase, that's not what we see in terms of value with these trap bandos. There's been times where it's been lower than 400,000. That's the purchase price. So the question becomes, how is it possible that Umar and one of his main side pieces, Hanera, that's her name, or is it? How is it that she has a house that is 2.5 blocks from these abandoned buildings, and they've renovated, and the value has gone up over about $100,000. And yet Umar hasn't finished renovations, even though he lied to people, said he finished in 2023. He said the school was open in 2024. Then he said again that the renovations were completed twice in 2026. And yet not one black child has been educated. Why hasn't he finished this school property? But they sure did finish this house for the alumni. Look.
I need to be there for.
If you look, you see right here, it says Ifatunde University. But this is for old black people. Tip the Griff, all these other randoms from back in the day. I thought this was supposed to be for the boys, though. Let's keep going. So this is the property right here. Now, what I did was I did the research. I looked up and I got the EIN number. Excuse me, not the EIN number. There is an EIN number, though, too. What I did was I started to research and I got the parcel number. Let me pull up for you guys, and let me make sure that it's the proper one here. Here it is right here. Okay, this is a house. Look at the top. It shows the deed history. Okay, remember we used to do this kind of stuff way back in the day when Umar first got these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. You guys remember them days? Hit the one. If you start at the top, there's Boyce, there's Hamilton, there's Howard, there's Boyce, there's Boyce, there's Boyce, and then Federal National Mortgage Association. This is associated with Fannie Mae. Look at the date, December 11, 2018. Remember, Umar acquired these trap bandos when? In February of 2019. So if you look under that, it says Broadway Ebony E. The sale date was May 23rd of 2019. Remember, Umar acquired these trap bandos February of 2019. So 3 months later, someone purchased this house. They're row houses, but this is a town hall. That's what our house it says here, town home that was built in 1920, and it was last sold in 2019 for $25,000. Well, someone named Broadway Ebony E purchased it for $25,500. You see the correlation? And this is the same building that this alumni house art gallery sits in, if you will. And they just had the grand opening. And then what the receipts show is that in 2021, the deed was transferred to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. Who's that? Well, the real issue is, in the first place, who is Broadway Ebony E? Anybody want to take a guess in the chat room? That's Sister Hanera. That's her real name. Or actually, she has different aliases. Ebony E. Reynolds, Ebony Broadway Reynolds, Ebony Elise Broadway Reynolds. She's from California. Remember I was talking about earlier, I brought up San Diego. She used to live in San Diego. She had businesses in San Diego. Based upon what James, his research, he said that she's been married twice. I don't know, because I haven't gotten that deep into the research. But yeah, she lived in San Diego, and I did the research into her places of business. They're not that particular. She had it was a restaurant or restaurant cafe type of thing. Okay, it's not in business now. But when we see on these receipts, this is from the Newcastle County too, because we used to go through all this back in the day. I haven't really gotten into all this stuff in a long time. That's just like old stuff. But I went back and checked to find out about this particular building that's 2.5 blocks from Umar's abandoned buildings that he calls FDMG. We got about 900 people in the building. If you hit that like button, our goal is 500. It's going to be a different type of live stream because we got to get to these facts here. Okay. And again, this is early on, it's preliminary. If that's why, listen, if I stand corrected, I will stand corrected. Okay. And I'll do further research. And if there's anything that I'm presenting here that later on in my research, it's not accurate or accurate enough, I'll come back and I will issue a retraction and I will correct myself. But you see here, it says Broadway Ebony E, May 23rd of 2019 for $25,500. Okay, well, that is this lady right here.
Let's see.
Okay, that is a sweet red. Sweet red, if you're interested in that, that's $5. And you can see that we do have one.
Again, she has different aliases, including Ebony Elise Broadway, Ebony E. Reynolds, Ebony Broadway Reynolds, Ebony Elise Broadway Reynolds. Okay. But for the purpose of this video, we're going to refer to her as Sister Hanera because that's the term that Umar calls her, and that's the term that she tends to use. And again, I've already told people that you got to be careful with individuals who have a lot of different aliases. Be very careful with that. All right. So Sister Hanera, she has ownership of this building. At least she's on the deed. Okay, the sale amount was $25,500, and that was May 23rd of 2019. By the time we get to September 8th of 2021, the deed is now in the possession of Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. Who's that? Okay, y'all hold on. So I started researching Nation Builders, and there's quite a bit that we're going to look into. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to do a screen share, but y'all going to have to just follow me on this because it's wild. Okay, they are on Instagram. If you guys want to look there, you can look it up. But what I want to show you guys is there's two websites. Okay, I found the first one, and then James found the second one. And in my opinion, the second one's more important. And you guys will see why in a moment. And shout out to James. So let's look at the first one. This is NationBuildersCIG.com. In fact, what I'll do is I'll post this inside of the chat room if you guys want to go and look at it yourself. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Let me do a screen share. Okay, so this is the first website right here. There you go. Let me get myself off. Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, home, news, services, contact, login. Now, let me just read you guys some of this. Building wealth and bridging gaps. Welcome to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, a forward-thinking firm committed to empowering your financial success and driving global economic advancement. We are dedicated to creating long-term value for our clients and partners through strategic investment and suitable development. Investment and development. Our core investment focus with over 15 years of industry expertise. 15 years, my goodness. We offer a diverse range of high-impact opportunities. Real estate development and planning. Active participation in strategic real estate and project development designed for long-term growth. and global commodities distribution and business. Global expertise in the global distribution of logistics of crude oil, refined products, agricultural and petrochemicals. What? Fostering economic advancement between the what? The United States and West Africa. Here we go. At Nation Builders Capital, we are committed to building a prosperous future guided by strategic investments and a dedication to financial literacy for our partners. Again, this property was owned, the person who's at least on the deed back in May 23rd of 2019. This is just 3 months after Umar acquired his abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. The buildings, this particular building is in Wilmington, Delaware, 2.5 blocks from FDMG. The person who was on the deed back then was Ebony E. Broadway. Well, that is who? That's Hanera. And then by the time we get to September 8th of 2021, the deed is now Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, which we just went to that website. But this is let me show you guys something else. I forgot to just real quick. It's a lot to get to. Look, real estate development and urban planning, our philanthropy focuses on creating impactful opportunities for our investors to make a difference. We offer investments in land development within underserved communities like Wilmington, Delaware, as well as global projects in residential and commercial real estate, homesteading, farming, and retreat development. Like where? West Africa. We're going to come back to a little bit later. Our mission is to build bridges between the U.S. and West Africa with a special focus on empowering indigenous communities and fostering wealth building entrepreneurships. Through these initiatives, we aim to promote sustainable growth, community uplift, and lasting economic empowerment worldwide. Okay, when you guys have some time, go on and read through the rest of this. Okay, I already provided a link. I'll put the link back in there again. By the way, if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, I'm not going to show it here, but it provides the office for National Builders Capital Investment Group. You guys want to take a guess where this is located? It's located in Wilmington, Delaware. Matter of fact, and it's downtown. And these trap banners are close to downtown. So let me go look real quick. Let me get on this map and see how close this is. To these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. It's 1.3 miles away. Huh? Now, remember I told you all that James found another page for this Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. In fact, let me show you guys, because they're on Facebook too. Hold on one second. Stop that share. They're on Facebook too. I showed you the one on Instagram, but they're on Facebook, and here's the logo right here. Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. That's why for this live stream, I put this particular logo up there in the thumbnail. Capital Investment Group, building wealth and bridging gaps. All right, so it has already been established that this building, what is called the Alumni House Art Gallery, which sold back in 2019 for $25,500. It's already been. I've already proven that the deed, at least back in May of 2019, the person on the deed was Broadway Ebony E. Well, that's Ebony E. Broadway. Well, that's Sister Hanera. She has different aliases. And then by September 8th of 2021, it's transferred. Now we have Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, LLC. Okay, I've already proved that. Now, I showed you the page for the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, the website, but James found another website. And what he did was he put in Sister Hanera's name, her real name, and then put in Nation Builders Capital Investment Group into Google. And let me show you guys what pulled up. And shout out to James, because he's the one that found this. Let me do another screen share. There you go. Now watch this. Nation Builders Capital Investment. This one is on Squarespace. I'll put a link for you guys if you guys want to go over and look at it. And this is the section that says our team. Now, the reason why this is important is because you don't see that our team on the other website, but James was able to find this, and this is on that website. So it's on Squarespace, our team, Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, home, news, service, contact to log in. And then let me read this to you guys. We are committed to empowering our clients through specialized education, training, and expert trading services in two distinct areas. Sound familiar? Our dedicated stock trading department offers now they're in the stocks, comprehensive courses designed to help students become professional traders in the futures market. This is something that Umar said he was going to do, right? Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, our training programs cover technical analysis, market strategies, risk management, and trading psychology. Our goal is to equip you with the knowledge and confidence to trade futures successfully and build a sustainable trading career. Our separate department specializes in the trading of petrochemicals, sounds familiar, crude oil, sounds familiar, and refined products. We facilitate the negotiation of buy and sell agreements, ensuring seamless transactions that meet the needs of all parties involved. Our service includes import and export logistics, shipping coordination, and market analysis to ensure timely and efficient delivery of commodities. Recognizing the volatility of the markets, we also have a dedicated futures trading department that employs sophisticated hedging strategies to manage risk and provide financial stability for our physical trades. Our mission is to support clients in sourcing, procurement, and trading through tailored solutions and expert guidance. We invite you to explore our educational programs or contact us to learn how our trading expertise can help you succeed in the stocks, future, or petrochemical markets. Thank you for considering Nation Builders Capital Investment Group as your trusted partner in trading and education. We look forward to collaborating with you. Now watch this. Here's the team. Here's the team. And look there. Ebony Broadway and Ashley Johnson. Let me show you guys something, because this is something that James sent me. Look. Who are these two people? Well, they did a gang of AI on these pictures, didn't they? See this? This is part of the manipulation too. Look. Let's scroll down. Ebony Broadway, president and founder, as an experienced futures trader. What in the world? As an experienced future trader, serial entrepreneur, and philanthropist, Ebony Broadway has dedicated her career to creating impactful businesses and fostering community growth. With a passion for innovation and a keen eye for opportunity, she has successfully launched and scaled multiple ventures across various industries, including real estate. Real estate? Does that say real estate? That's what it say, right?
She's like, I need to be there for the why.
This is her right here. So she's an experienced futures trader, serial entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Ebony Broadway. One time she brought Umar a ham sandwich up to FDMG. Or hot dogs. It was something. We're going to pull it up later on. It was hot dogs or a ham sandwich, something like. She brought him up their plate. But she's an experienced futures trader.
Where's your glass? Okay.
A serial entrepreneur and a philanthropist.
Okay. Bring your wine glass.
Some bullshit. This is such bullshit. I'm telling you guys. Let me skip. Let me stop. With the passion for it. Oh, let me apologize. Let me get back to the to the what you call it. Here you go. Let me get myself off of here. With a passion for innovation and keen eye for opportunity, she has successfully launched and scaled multiple ventures across various industries, including real estate, land, hospitality, commodity trading, and energy sectors. Energy sectors, damn. Elon Musk ain't got shit on you. Ebony Broadway has launched the Positive Flow course to share her experience and guide others on the path to financial freedom and entrepreneurship. Believing in the power of investment, Ebony Broadway is committed to building sustainable opportunities within communities, ensuring that economic growth benefits all stakeholders. Her philanthropic efforts reflect a deep commitment to social responsibility, focusing on cultural and financial education, health, man, this is bull jive, and community development initiatives. Okay, so that's Ebony Broadway Hanera. And then Ashley Johnson, she's the managing partner with 15 years of experience in the petrochemical industry. Ashley Johnson is a seasoned leader who drives the physical trading operations for crude oil, petrochemicals, and refined products at MBI Trading Group. I didn't look into MBI Trading Group. Her extensive background includes trading some of the largest volumes of products in the industry, showcasing her ability to navigate complex market dynamics with expertise and precision. This is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Ashley Johnson excels in managing tank operations, global shipping, and spearheading business initiatives, ensuring that our trading ventures are positioned for growth and success. Her strategic insight and hands-on experience extend to mergers and acquisitions. Damn, she all that, where she has played a pivotal role in expanding our portfolio and enhancing our market presence. What portfolio are you talking about? Anyway, when you guys have some time, you guys can look at this for yourself. Okay, and again, their office is in Wilmington. I've already talked about that earlier. All right, let me get back to my notes. So what I've proven so far is the following: that the other day, there was a grand opening for the Alumni House Art Gallery. I took the address and I was able to get the parcel number. And based upon that information, I also was able to pull this up too. I'm not going to actually show the actual building. I was able to find who was on the deeds, the grantees. Initially, it was the Federal National Mortgage Association. It's like associated with Fannie Mae. And then Ebony E. Broadway. Okay, that's an error, right? That was May 23rd of 2019. The purchase price was $25,500. And then the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, LLC. And who is that? Well, that's Ebony E. Broadway. I just showed you guys that. That's her and Ashley. Think about that. And then the sell amount was $10. Yeah, they did the same thing with the FDMG on that deed. It was $10, but the purchase price was $400,000. So now I'm going to speculate here. What I think is that she purchased this. I don't know where she got the money to purchase it. But she purchases it. And then what she does is that she transfers it over to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, LLC. And this Nation Building Capital Investment Group, this goes over to Africa and in West Africa. Keep that in mind for later on. Keep that in mind for later on. Okay? I'm just planting some seeds here before we get deeper into this. Okay, shout out to everyone in Cook Fresh Chat. So Ebony E. Broadway is Sister Hanera. That's what Umar calls her, Sister Hanera, who is associated with Umar. Okay, and we have videos of her too. We'll get with Umar. We'll get into that a little bit later on. And she has different aliases. Ebony Elise Broadway. And based on what James is saying, that she was born in my hometown. She did have a business in San Diego too. Ebony E. Reynolds, and he stated that she's been married twice. I haven't confirmed that, but I'll take his word for it. Ebony E. Reynolds, and if I'm corrected later on, I'm corrected later on. This is all preliminary. Ebony E. Reynolds, alias Ebony Broadway Reynolds, alias Ebony Elise, Ebony Elise Broadway Reynolds, etc. And locations, again, she's in Wilmington right now, but she's over in Africa too. Let me show you guys something. This video right here is from, oh, I didn't put the date, but this is her up over there in Africa. Look, wait, no, this isn't the one I want to show. Let me see. Maybe it pops up. Let me see. Because it'll show where she's at.
Can't wait to experience like how peaceful and chill it is. It's like you don't know.
Okay, and she's saying she can't wait for somebody to get there. And where is there? Chat room. Where is there? Benin. And where is Benin? Benin is in West Africa. No, that's not Ghana, but there's another lady too. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that because that's what I wasn't going to share. But since Umar posted that on his I may very well share that. There's another one for Ghana. Dr. Nene says Benin has no extradition treaty with the U.S. I can look. I'll trust you. You the homie. You the homie. So I'll take your word for it, doctor. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going because we got a lot to get into. Again, we may have to break this up into parts because there's a whole lot. So the deed was transferred from Sister Hanera to the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, LLC, but that's her LLC, her and Ashley, right? I showed you the picture of her and Umar and Ashley. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to get into Sister Hanera. So when James initially sent me the video, I think he sent me the flyer first. Okay, we've already gone over this. And then he sent me the video.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the actual event. It's a house. And it's 2.5 blocks from FDMG. And I've already showed you all how Ebony E. Broadway, that's Hanera, she purchased this for $25,500. I don't know where she got the money from, though, back in May of 2019. But then she transferred it to her LLC, which is the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, September 8th of 2021. And then they finally have the grand opening 2 days ago. And this is her at the grand opening. And Umar, he speaks there too. We'll get to that a little bit later on because James said there's information that he shares in there that's going to really build a house. I haven't watched the video yet, but we're going to get to that a little bit later on. If we don't get to it today, we'll get to it tomorrow. So when James sends me this, and shout out to James because a lot of these live streams would not have happened without him. Okay, a lot of these live streams, and I cannot express my gratitude enough to you, Brother James. You've taken a great weight off of my shoulders with the research. Francisca has done the same thing. There's other people too, Black Anonymous. There's other people that they've helped tremendously. So I want to thank all of you guys for your help. Okay, because the biggest thing I struggle with these days is time. So James starts sending me this information. I start looking into it, and then I get the deed information and all of the stuff. Some of the stuff, most of the stuff I already showed. There's more stuff too coming. And then something clicked in my mind. Because I remembered that someone had sent me information about Sister Hanera back in the day. And I couldn't remember how long ago it was, but I went into my Yahoo and I typed in Hanera. And the first time I typed it, it didn't come up because I was spelling it wrong. I typed it in again based upon the receipts that James sent me, and it came up. And there's someone, I'm not going to tell you guys the person's name, but they used to be in the Cookie Crush chat back in the day. They sent me this email back September 2nd of 2020. We talked about this briefly on a live stream. We may have talked about it twice, maybe 3 times, but it wasn't something that I got deep into because my main focus was Umar. And in my mind, I was like, Hanera, I ain't who's she? But you know, now it makes more sense. And I'm going to read to you guys some of this email, and I've already forwarded it to James so he can verify that I did receive. This goes back to September 2nd of 2020. I also emailed this person, and I asked them if they have any other information they want to share with me, and that I was going to be covering it today. They may be in the chat room right now. I'm not sure. Okay, but again, this is 2020. This is almost 6 years ago. So they said, hey, Lenon, this is, and I'm not going to give you guys the person's screen name on YouTube. They may not even be on YouTube anymore, but I do have their email, and that's what I emailed them to. You may already know this, but just in case you didn't, about Sister Hanera, who brought Umar the food during the so-called renovations. See, because we were covering the video where Umar started renovations. Anyone remember that? And at the end of that, I think it was at the end of that video, Sister Hanera shows up. This is in 2020. Look at the timeline. This is in 2020, but see, Sister Hanera had already acquired, I don't know where she got the money from. Excuse me, she had already acquired this house 2.5 blocks from FDMG, these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. And she acquired them on May 23rd of 2019. That's when she acquired the house. And then we covered that. And this person sent me an email on September 2nd of 2020. And they're referencing a renovations video. Well, let me go pull that up for you guys. Now we're going to really get deep. If we go back to August 3rd of 2020. So the email that was sent, it was a month later. But we have been talking about this in there a bit, just not something I really focused on. But here's the video in question from August 3rd of 2020.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power. Peace and black power. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism. King Kong consciousness. International Ifa Tunde, most requested black scholar in the world, 10 years and counting. I am live at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yep. Anybody else remember
Today
this?
we begin the renovations and the restoration. I got to call Desmond too to come check this out.
Yeah, hit the one if you remember this video. Okay, and I'm going to skip through because all this part is not relevant. But this is when Umar gets into that side room. It's like a storage. He calls it another building. But let's go to the 8-minute mark because the person said, what did they say here? No, it's at the end of the video. So you may already know this, but just in case you didn't, about Sister Hanera, who brought Umar the food during the so-called renovations. All right. So let me go over here and watch what happens at the end of this video. I'll let it play.
Say something to the people.
Hey, peace and black power, everybody. It's Sister Hanera. I saw Doc was live. He's sitting up here working with the contractor, so I brought him and Kev some lunch.
How you get there so quick then? You got there that quick? And you prepared him a meal and got there that quick? This video at this point is 8 minutes and 57 seconds long. How you get there so quick with a meal for Umar? No, she didn't teleport. I like the sci-fi reference, but no, that's not. The house is 2.5 blocks away. She on the deed. This video, let me see. She's still on the deed 2020. Let's see. Yeah, she's still on the deed. She doesn't transfer it into her business, to her LLC until 2021. That's how she got there so quick. She saw he was live streaming. She made him a plate, and she could have walked over there. I didn't see a car, but she could have walked over there with that ham sandwich. You see this? This is the lady that she does real estate investment over in Africa and futures trading, or whatever else she said. Okay, anyway.
You guys are in Wilmington. You guys need to come support Doc. Ladies, you guys come bring him food. Make sure him and everybody is taken care of.
See, this is real shady harem type shit that's been going on, because he used to take some of these women over to Africa for the African safari freak off. Y'all want to send your children to Umar? Look at how he living. And she's telling random ladies that you just come and bring him and support him and bring him food. What's going on here?
Check out divinefeminine.net. Check out the Divine Feminine podcast. That's it.
And what is that? What's the divinefeminine.net? We're going to get into that a little bit later on. There's a reason why I called this a cult.
Well, the queen says she brought some food, so you know what I'm about to do. I'm about to eat Big Papa style. Y'all know how we do. I do want to say this. When the second book come out, Black Parent Advocate, my brother Kevin gave me an idea to do a book signing right here in front of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. So the very first book signing will be in front of the school. I'm going to let y'all know when it's going to be. It'll probably be the last day of August, or it'll be in September, because I don't know how long my graphic designer going to take and the printer going to take to get them books ready. But the first book signing for the new book will be right here on campus. So if you live in New York, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, you can drive on down. We're going to have it right outside, right in front of the school. Those of y'all who never saw the school will get a chance to see the school. And plus, you'll be able to bring your donation check. We're going to have a donation box. We're going to have a donation box. Bring your donations. Y'all feel me? If you need to reach me, you can text my cell, 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. But y'all know we got the high school and we got the elementary school. We got 2 gyms and 2 schools. 2 gyms and 2 schools. No more excuses. 2 gyms and 2 schools. No more excuses. We up out of here.
All right. I was trying to find, because I forgot to share something else with you. Let me see if I have. Nope, it's not in there either. So I don't. I know because I went through each one and I took stuff out. I redacted stuff. But so you guys, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to ask you to just take my word for what I'm going to share with you guys right now. I actually have the original documents. Oh, wait, I know why. I'm pulling up it needs to be image file. That's why I apologize. I have it. Give me 1 second, because I forgot to share this with you guys earlier, just to draw another correlation between Ebony and this so-called LLC. So if I pull up, I'm looking here. I don't see it. Maybe I didn't. No, I did it. I know I did it. It's just not populating here for some reason. Maybe I saved it. No. Okay, you guys are just going to have to take my word for it. And I hate to do that because I'm not seeing the redacted versions here in this folder. I remember I saved it though. I must have saved it someplace. Oh wait, I know where it's at. No, it wouldn't be there. I was thinking maybe it's inside of the. Okay, you guys just have to take my word for it. Okay, if I have time, I'll go find it a little bit later on. So, you guys remember how I showed you this deed, the history right here, Ebony E. Broadway for $25,500 in the National Builders Capital Investment Group. Now, back in the day, when we looked this stuff up, like when we were looking up FDMG, like these trap bandos, they had tax information and tax bills, and we looked at that too. Well, I have the tax bills for the year 2019, and then for the year 2021. And on the tax bill for 2019, I think it actually populates for 2020. For Ebony E. Broadway, it shows an address, and I remember I redacted. I just don't remember I put it. It shows the name, and the name says Ebony, right? Exactly what it says here, Broadway Ebony E, and then it shows under that it gives an address, right? And then I went and I looked at Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, their tax bill, and it's still the same person, right? It's just put under the LLC. And I looked at their tax bill, and it has the same address, and it goes back to San Diego. It's a PO box. So again, you guys are gonna have to take my word for it because, and I would prefer to actually show it to you guys, but I just want to make this point that Ebony E. Broadway, the address for the tax bill, it's the same as the address for the tax bill for Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. It goes back to San Diego. It's a PO box. I'm just gonna leave that right there. I apologize. Okay. Yeah, I know, cultivate. I know it is public information, and I totally understand that. It's just from a cybersecurity perspective. I try to be careful with those types of things. I don't have to, but it's just I go to the extreme. It's just part of the training, my training, right? So, as an example, Umar has a flyer. It has all the information. He posted. What's her name posted? Hanera posted it on her Instagram as well. I'm well within my right, and it's legal to actually repost that because they posted it on social media. But just to be careful, I redacted some information, and I redacted some information on those tax records. But you guys can find that yourself. You can find it yourself. All you need is the address. You take the address and you go over. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you guys that if you guys want to go find it yourself, you can find it yourself. You take the address, and it's on the flyer. And then you head on over to, and we've been to this website so many times in the past, you go over to the newcastle.gov website and do a parcel search based upon the address. Okay, so here's a link right here. You guys go do it right now. Okay, go do it right now. Okay, here's the link, Newcastle. We used to do this back in the day, 2019, 2020, 2021 as well for FDMG. But there's a button there you can click. It says parcel search. You click on that button, and then you just put the street number in there, a street number, city, right? A street number, street names, and city. And when you do that, it's going to pull up, and when it pulls up based upon the address, it'll give you the parcel number, and then you can just take the parcel number from that point on and put that into the parcel number search, and it'll come up, it'll populate, and you go through all of this, right? Okay, I just want to bring that up because I forgot about it earlier. Okay, let's continue here. So we went over the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. It's an LLC formed by Hanera and Ashley. I showed you the pictures. And then we were getting into the email. So the email was from September 2nd of 2020. Hey, Lenon, this is such and such. They were in the Cook chat back in the day. You may already know this, but just in case you didn't, about Sister Hanera who brought Umar the food during the so-called renovations. You see the food? We just played that video. Her real name is Ebony Broadway. And see, when I went back at the email and I saw that, I said, "Oh, man, now I see." Because the reason why I was because remember I had the deed already, and I saw the two different. I saw the Ebony. Here it is, right here. I saw the Broadway Ebony E, so it's really Ebony E Broadway, and then Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, right? But once she said that was Hanera, that's when it all clicked into place. Right. And then I started looking further. That's where I saw the same P.O. box for Ebony E. Broadway, Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. Same email goes back to San Diego, so forth and so on. Okay. So I played you guys the video where she brings Umar food. Let me read more of this email. Her real name is Ebony Broadway. What made me raise eyebrows is when I saw a pic of her business page. I remember the boy on the far right was the same child Umar posted in July. Now, I'm not going to show all of that, but I went back and I verified that. She's absolutely right about that. Because the little boy was on the rock. I remember on the so-called Sacred Rock. And I remember we actually covered that back in the day. I just thought it was weird. Okay. She goes on to say, or he or she goes on to say, Tiffany Griffin was arguing, and that's Tiffany Griffin was arguing with folks saying that the boy was her son. And leave my child alone. And I actually went back to go find that too. Because they have that. No, in fact, this person sent me, they sent me a picture of that. They took screenshots of that. And I have that. I'm not going to show it here. So the folks were saying the boy was her son and leave my child alone. That's what Tiffany Griffin was saying, but it's not her son. It was actually Hanera's son. And then the dark-skinned brother is her man. So I'm thinking that either the dark-skinned brother is Sister Hanera's man at that time or Tiffany Griffin's man. I'm not quite sure. I didn't go deeper into that. They own a New Orleans cuisine restaurant in San Diego. And they sent me a screenshot of it, and I went and I researched it, and yeah, they do. Or they did. And since she's saying they, I'm thinking that maybe she was with that guy, or maybe it was her husband, because James said that she's been divorced twice. I hadn't looked into all that, right? And I researched the cuisine restaurant and all that stuff. It's closed. Like it's not operational anymore. And then they sent me a link to the website. Do I feel comfortable sharing you guys? Let me just check something real quick. Yes, and this was such a long time ago. I spoke about some of this back in 2020, but then I was, back focusing on Umar, because I call these side quests. I don't spend too much time with the side quest stuff. Let me just see something right quick. Yeah, the website's not up anymore. Yeah. But the Instagram page is still up. It's still up on Yelp as well. I'll give you guys, hold on one second. Yeah. I forgot. I already have an image. I'll show you. I'll share the image. There you go. See, everything this person was saying is true. This is from July of 2023. See, Hanera, she's been traveling back and forth. She's been all over the place. She be in Africa too. And who's paying for all this? It's called Cane Patch. Okay, the website, it doesn't work anymore. The person that sent me this email back in 2020 said it was the Cane Patch Kitchen SD.com. And they said it has white employees and customers that supports the LGBTQ. Everything Umar is against. Also, her and Tiffany Griff. Okay, now let me wait on that. So if you look right here, that's an error right there. And this, I guess, is a rapper from San Diego right here. Shout out to San Diego. I'm from San Diego. I know where this is. This was too, by the way, because I looked up the address and looked at where. I know exactly where that's at in San Diego. Let me continue with this email. Also, her and Tiffany Griffin are friends, maybe since 2018, and both live in Cali. Her, Tiff, and Umar have done a tour in 2018, and they go to his events when he's in town. Hanera and Umar may also have been to Africa together for religious reasons. We're going to get to that a little bit later on. Matter of fact, let me show you all something, because this person sent me all these images. By the way, here they sent me this right here. Look, FDMG, hashtag Dr. Umar School for Boys. Look who's over there on the right there. That's Hanera. This is from 2020. Yeah, it's amazing so much that this person sent me. It just lines up perfectly now that this alumni art gallery is open. Let me be careful, because some of this stuff I can't show you guys. She also sent me this. Remember I was just talking about Tiff the Griff? There you go. See, that's an arrow over there, and then that's Tiff the Griff over there. This is from March 7th of 2020, the Black Parent Boot Camp. All right, here's another one they sent me the following day. Yeah, this is the following. This is March 8th of 2020. Blessed Love Gift Shop. I'm gonna assume that's in San Diego. Right? And let me see if they sent me any more. Yeah, well, they sent me a whole bunch more. Here's because at a certain point she moves to Wilmington. So you see right here, it says it's in red, circled in red. It says Wilmington, Delaware. This is July, well, at least she was in Wilmington, July of 2020. I think they tell me the exact date too, or James told me the exact date when she moved. But she was in San Diego. She goes to Wilmington to handle quote unquote business, and then she moves to Benin, Africa. But she comes back and forth. She comes back and forth. I don't know where she get this money from though. Let me see if there's any more I can share with you guys. Oh, let me share this one other one, and then we'll circle back around. Let me share this with you. just to show you guys that this person was around a long time ago. And you can tell because there's a picture in here. Well, it's a screenshot, but they added my well, I don't think they added them. I'll show you. Let me show you what I mean. Give me 1 second. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Look. And then you see me up there? That's how you know this is a long time ago, because I was skinny. Now I'm all fat and shit. A doctor told me I gotta lose about 15 pounds. But back in the day, you see that's the old house, if you will. And the screenshot, the date is on. This is 2020, where this person sent me the screenshot of. It's probably because we were talking. Yeah, it had to have been. We were talking about Cisnera back then, and that's when this person sent me all this information. The screenshot on here, it says, let me see. Yeah, it says September 2nd of 2020. That's where she took this. But this video, you see the video of me right there. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's amazing because I haven't thought about this. It's just while I was doing this research after what James sent me, just clicked in my mind and said, wait, I wonder if I still got. I remember that email. Let me read some more of this email to you guys. Let's see. So her, Tiff, and Umar, they did a tour. Okay, Hanera and Umar may have also been in Africa together for religious reasons. Now, let me show you something that they sent me too, and we're going to come back to this a little bit later on because it's very relevant, especially as we get deeper into this. I'm going to share this right here with you guys. Y'all see Umar? Okay, this is the brother named Nana Aboskisi or something to that effect. And they tagged Umar in there. You see Umar sitting down there in the corner? This is from August 30th of 2019. Okay, we're going to circle back around to this later on because of some of the things that this person said inside of the email. Okay. So Umar may have and Hanera may have gone to Africa together for religious reasons, but here's what raises some more flags. Hanera announced she was moving to Africa, but moved from Cali to the East Coast to take care of some business in July for a month. Remember, well, let's keep going. How was she able? Let me see. At the beginning of August, she moved to Africa, Benin, with the younger children. How was she able to afford tickets, passports while running a small business? And that was she had the business in San Diego. I already showed you guys a picture of that. So Umar has opened up a new PayPal asking for international donations. I remember he did that. Ironically, after she moved, I remember that. Someone said that PayPal may be pointing towards Hanera because while she was on the East Coast, she opened up a UBA, and that is it's a bank in Africa. Is it United Bank of Africa? Something like that. Someone let me know inside of the chat room. Hanera also was in Africa for 4 months previously. Someone also said she was going to open up a school there. Umar did say he was going to open up a school in Africa. She may be the plug if he decides to bounce to Africa and how he's able to get international donations. And that could be true. Okay. And again, a lot of this towards the end is more speculative. The last couple of sentences here. But I've stated that perhaps Umar at a certain point, he's just going to abandon this FDMG project over here when the money runs dry and, sell the buildings and then move back to Africa or move to Africa. It's possible. And then she may be the person setting things up way in advance. Okay. That's speculation, right? Let me read some more of this email. By the way, Hanera is not the only one involved in all this. You may want to look into the following information that was sent to me and see what you come up with. One thing is for sure, there is something strange going on with this moving to Africa business. Here is the info. Okay, now the person gave me a YouTube page, and they said that this was a Umar wifey candidate, and that this person was building a village in Ghana. And I remember back in the day, we looked into all of this. Okay, I looked into it. And now that YouTube page isn't active anymore. So I'm not sure what happened with all of that. But she said she was given land by a chief, this person, this woman, around the same time Umar said he was given land by a chief. And this was in Ghana, because somebody brought up Ghana earlier. So you got Benin, you got Ghana. And Umar did say the land was donated to him in Ghana. She was also in one of Umar's videos handing him a donation, most likely right before she headed out to Ghana to build this property. I wish I had those videos of her when she was talking about that. But this, again, over 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago. Also, and I didn't pay any mind. Same thing with Sister Hanera. They were irrelevant in terms of the scope for me. I was focusing on Umar, still mainly focused on Umar. But now that this comes out, that they have this grand opening for this, I mean, it's a house actually, but they call it an art gallery. All this makes sense what this person told me many years ago. Also, this person, meaning the person that had the YouTube page, was a student of a chief who's priest of Vodun, Mami Wata, in Benin. Okay, this is someone separate from Hanera. Hanera is a priestess in the Mami Wata Vodun sect and was visited, now lives in Benin. So they're drawing some correlations here. And that's why this picture right here is relevant, because this is Umar in Benin back in the day in 2019. You see how stuff starts connecting? Let me continue. She left Wilmington, Delaware, meaning Hanera, in 2021 to Benin, West Africa, with her kids. Now, let me see something here. 2021, and it's transferred from Ebony E. Broadway. The deed for this property is transferred. Look at that. Look at that. In 2021. Yep. See, and that's why when this person sent me this email, when they say that Hanera, she went from San Diego or from the West Coast to the East Coast to handle, and they put it in quotations, business. I think that this was the business that she was handling here. Yeah, it had to have been the building that's now they finally just 2 days ago they finally did the grand opening for. I mean, this stuff, it really gets deep. It really does. Let me continue with this email. It also says on her YouTube channel, and I don't even know if she still has a YouTube channel. If anyone has it, email it to me. She documented the journey. She stopped in New York City because she transferred money in that international bank, then flew into Africa with all her children. Okay, I have no way of verifying that. That's where she laid low, taking care of business, but was coming back to the States for Umar. And we have evidence of that too. Because I remember one time she came back for one of the block parties. She came back from Africa to help him out with that. Yeah. Because you would see her at events here or abroad. That's the wife, Lenon. And you know who said this? This was James said this. I apologize. James, this is what James, his research showed this. Okay. So thanks to James on this. I thought I was reading from the other email, but no, this is James. Thank you, James. That part right there. Okay, and then matter of fact, let me check this because I want to make sure, because now it really gets crazy. I just want to make sure. Open up the school there. Okay, I'm looking at that original email. Okay. Okay, this next part, well, hold on a second. I know I have it in here, but let me just say this. She is part of a voodoo cult in Africa called, meaning Hanera. She's part of a voodoo cult in Africa called Naziafa Spiritual Institution, NPO. Their mission statement is to, this actually, I wrote this. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me show you guys what I'm getting to here. And then we'll get back to the email. So if you look on the flyer, if you look at the bottom left corner, it says Naziafa Spiritual Institute, right? And I said, let me go look into that. Like, why are they on here? What does that have to do with this so-called art gallery? Well, let me show you guys, because now it's about to get dark. I'm telling you, this Umar Johnson saga, it's a lot deeper than what I thought. Let me go to my document because I put all these links up here at the top of the page so that I can access them easily. All right. So here's the first one. Here's the second one. I'm going to put this up here first, and then we'll come back. We'll go to each one. Oh, I can't show you this one. I'll read this to you, but I can't actually show you it. But I can show you this right here. Is this the, yeah, okay, and then we're going to go to team. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let me do a screen share. Yeah, if you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. Okay, and I'm going to get to all of the super chats and everything else towards the end. Okay, I know it's a different topic show. Okay, here's the screen share. All right, here we go. I got to take all this off. Hold on a second. So if you look here, it says the Naziafa Spiritual Institute, MPO. I just talked about that. That's on the flyer right here at the bottom. You see the bottom left corner, Naziafa Spiritual Institute. Now, if you look, the email address, excuse me, not the email address, but the URL. If we look at the URL for the website, it doesn't say Naziafa Spiritual Institute. It actually says, oh, you guys can see it. It actually says divinefeminine.net. Remember I brought that up earlier? Here's the link. Go look it up yourself. Okay, that divinefeminine.net, that's associated with Hanera. Let me read some of this to you guys. Naziafa Spiritual Institute, MPO, the Divine Feminine, and this website, the URL is divinefeminine.net. Remember we talked, I told you guys, remember that for later. Welcome to Naziafa Spiritual Institute. And as you can see, Hanera, she's up on here. Community events, book of consultation. She does, I guess, readings or something to that effect. You guys, you can look into. I already looked through all this, but I'm not going to go through each page. And y'all, when you have some time, it's really something else. This is code shit. Let me just be real with you guys real quick. This is code shit. See, and I thought Umar was dealing with these randoms. Hear me on this. I thought that Umar was dealing with these randoms and exploiting them. It's not just that. Some of these randoms, they in on this shit, and some of them, they're manipulating Umar behind the scenes. And it is my opinion that Hanera is one of these individuals. Now, that's my opinion. Is she in on this? I think she's in on this. I think Umar's in on this. The money, I told people a long time ago that if he's ever audited, if they start looking into where this money is going, the question becomes, has any of this money gone towards this Naziafa Spiritual Institute or towards this art gallery? Because that's not associated with FDMG. That's her. She has a nonprofit. You guys know she got a nonprofit? And the Naziafa Spiritual Institute, this is a outgrowth of, because there's a larger organization out of Benin in Africa, and this is like a satellite. And you guys want to know where their offices are located? I'm talking about the United States chapter. Anyone want to take a guess? James knows. I'll leave it right there. Someone figure it out. Let me know. Anyway. Let's go look real quick. We're going to look at you want a book of consultation. General life divination, relationship divination, spiritual daughter mentorship, traditional life coaching. You guys ain't seeing this. Hold on one second. Yeah, because when you click on it, it actually opens up another tab. That's why. Here, I'll show it to you guys. Give me 1 second. See right here? General life coaching is 2 hours for $300. Relationship divination, 2 hours for $300. Spiritual daughter mentorship, two 2 hours for $300, 2 hours for traditional life coaching. You know, nothing. I don't see anything on here about any investing group or anything like that. Isn't that interesting? Here's another page. Yeah, something ain't right, y'all, with all this. All right, let me show you some other stuff though. Hold on one second. You can study abroad. She has trips and retreats if you want to go on trips. There's a January 5th through the 12th. They had a trip to Port Novo, and you can sign up for that as well. Again, did I give you guys a link to this website? Yeah, let me give, because y'all look at this in your own time, because I don't want to get bogged down with that. I just want to show you a couple of things on here. Here, if you guys want to go take a look. So she has there's subscriptions on here too. There's services, there's different programs, there's a blog, there's a store where you can buy stuff, there's contact information as well. Let me do something right quick. So the U.S. chapter, the headquarters is in San Diego. I even went and looked at where is this located versus where her business was located in San Diego. We ain't gonna get into all that right now. Okay, let me be careful here because there's some stuff I'm not going to show y'all. Let me, you guys, again, go on and look into this. They have a spiritual purification bath kit for $100, a self-care bundle for $189, a sacred cleansing herb, Casegra powder for $65, Nihilus, Divine Mother soap for $25, Nihilus, Divine Feminine Journal for $26.99, a native pen for $45. Now, I want to be clear about something. $45 in the conversion rate over there in Benin, I'm sure that's a significant amount of money. That's why I'm saying people, this is a problem. See, if Umar, if he's funding some of this or a lot of this or even a little bit of this, that's a problem for different reasons. And one of the reasons is because most of the donations he gets for FDMG is from Black people up over here. But somehow, if it's being funneled into these types of projects, and you got conversion rates, but then they're also making money at the same time, that's a problem. Spiritual powder for $32, spiritual purification herbs for $45, spiritual perfume for $32, Divine Feminine active water bottle for $22, Divine Feminine journals and for grounding $26. Spiritual powder for annual, $32. Spiritual perfume annual is $32. Natural calcium chalk, $5. Okay, when you guys have some time, go and look at this. Cleansing herbs, annual grounding bath kit for $100. A moringa powder for $35. Moringa pills for $25. Voodoo days and been in pre-registration, non-refundable, $500. Okay, that's the store. Now, I want to share one last thing on here. If you on this website and you go over to team, watch this. Meet our team, Queen Mother Menon Nanyi, and I can't remember. This is the global president. Look at the first thing that is said right here. I'm gonna read this to you guys. The revitalization of our indigenous cults. You heard it. The revitalization of our indigenous cults in a duty to each other. Every worthy son and daughter of Benin must play his or her part. And look who we have here. Priestess Myanan Hanira Abunu, President and Executive Director for USA. It is my charter to spread their message of healing, empowerment, and community. Priestess Hanira has dedicated her spiritual path to honoring the divine feminine. Through her traditional initiations in Benin, she is initiated into the Mami Wata priesthood. Priestess Hanira's mission as the U.S. president and founder of the Naziafa Association is to bring the teachings and practices of the Benin's indigenous cultures and communities across America. In her work as a priest, healer, and educator, now she's a priest, healer, and educator. I thought that she was a big-time mogul, right? With the oil and all this other stuff. And she also was in this, she was stock trading and all this other stuff. But now in her work as a priest, healer, and educator, she strives to empower women and strengthen families. Through courses, spiritual consultations, podcasts, and trips and retreats, Priestess Hanira Abonu aims to share the tools and traditional philosophies. My hope is that increasing awareness of Benin's traditions will help foster compassion and revive respect for the sacred knowledge. This is another young lady, because this person refers to this person right here. This was the one that was, well, let me leave that right there. I won't say too much. There's some more. So to be clear, I just want to be clear about this. You have the organization that is based in Benin, okay? But then you have the U.S. chapter, if you will. And according to this website, at least, Hanira, she's the president / executive director here in the United States of America. But see, if we go back and we look at, let's do that. If we go back and we look at, in fact, here, let me do this. Here's the website that we were just looking at. All right, if we go back and we look at the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, I'm pulling up. Give me 1 second. Here it is. Welcome to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, a forward-thinking firm committed to empowering your financial success and driving global economic advancement. We are dedicated to creating long-term value for our clients and partners through strategic investments in sustainable development. Real estate development and planning, global commodities. This is all Hanira. So on the other page, it's all spirituality and all this other stuff. But you see the connection, because this is about connecting to Africa, because we already said, because it specifically says, and I'll read it to you guys: refined products, agriculture and petrochemicals, crude oil, distribution and logistics, fostering economic and advancements between what? The United States and West Africa. That would include Benin. Okay, there was something else I want to show you guys. Give me 1 second. It was under Square. Squarespace. That's what it was. Here it is right here. Just want to show you guys this, and then we're going to move on. We're doing good on time. It's a lot. And all this is preliminary too, by the way. So I want to go back to the Squares. Wait, now it's not populating. Why isn't it populating? Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's still not doing it. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys, and I showed it earlier, but I want to show you guys the oh wait, I know what it was. Was it slash, what was it? Slash team, I think. No, that wasn't what it was. Yo, let me check my browser. Hold on one second. My history. Okay, and we're looking for I thought it was the team page. We look at the team page for the Naziafa, but this is the one we want right here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, here's a link right here. I just want to draw this connection and we're going to move on. Yeah, so I showed this earlier, and Brother James is the one who found this. So this is a Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. This again extends out onto the west coast of Africa, and there's a whole plan. But this is dealing more with stocks, futures, petrochemical markets. This is all in there, all the stuff that she says she's doing, and then she's part of the team here, Ebony Broadway and Ashley Johnson. But this is totally different than what she's doing with this whole priesthood thing. So this is something for people to think about. There's still a connection though, because this so-called Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, that's her group. Okay? And point of fact, when she purchased the house over is 2.5 blocks from FDMG, she purchased it under her name, Ebony E. Broadway. That was May 23rd, 2019 for $25,500. But then September 8th of 2021, she transfers it over to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, LLC. But she's again, I just showed you guys, she is the so-called president and founder of that. But all of this funnels back over to Africa, okay? West Africa in particular. Okay. Now, before we move on, I just want to make a point here that if the IRS ever truly audited Umar and it came back that he's funneling money, FDMG money over to Africa, that's going to be a problem. I researched it. If you have a 501c3, you can purchase property, but that property has to specifically be used and it has to correlate to your mission statement. And if you guys pulled up Umar's mission statement, at least what he's reporting to the IRS, this is supposed to be about, offering community services to an underdeveloped community, if you will. Okay. The question therefore becomes, how does this, if he's involved with this particular purchase, if he's involved with this project, how does this particular building, how does that benefit the children up over there or the community over there? Now, it may provide a benefit. They may have already thought this through enough, but I just want to make a point that it is not by accident that Umar purchases the trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware, February of 2019, and then 3 months later, later, Hanera purchases this house that has been renovated, fully renovated, turned into the Alumni House Art Gallery, and the grand opening again was 2 days ago. Okay, so let me get back to because we still got quite a bit to get into. By the way, I do have, I'm not going to share this with you guys, but I do have the financials, the EIN number for the Naziafa Spiritual Institute. They do have a 501c3. The number of employees is unknown. It's the city of San Diego, California, and it was formed in 2023. The most recent tax filings that I have is from 2023, December 1st of 2023. And if you look on the personnel, it lists two people, Ashley Johnson and Ebony Reynolds. Ashley Johnson and Ebony Broadway. Okay, and it shows here that they're not being compensated for anything. Revenues, $117,933. Program services, $20,564. Membership dues, $109,087. Huh? Total revenues, $138,497. You guys can look into this yourself. Okay, you just have to look up the Naziafa Spiritual Institute. I have the EIN number, but it is a 501c3, so this is all public record. There was something else I want to show you guys too. Oh, let me show you guys. Let me see here. The tax No, the yeah. So yeah, that's what it is. Tax file. It may not come up under an image. It may come up under a PDF. Yeah. So let me see if I can open it as a PDF. And if I'm unable to, I know another way that I can do it. Yeah, this thing is tripping. All right. Oh, this is what I was looking for earlier. And I know why, because I say them as PDFs. That's why. Okay, I'll go back to revisit this too. Let me just look real quick. Okay. I want to pull up the redacted version. So let's start with this right here. This is the 2023 tax filings. This is for the Naziaf Spiritual Institute. Okay, you have all the financial information on here, but I want to go down. Okay, right here. If you look under part 4, name and title, a list of officers, directors, and trustees and key employees, it says the president is Ebony Broadway. You guys see that hit the one? The treasurer is Stephen Reynolds. The treasurer is also, the secretary is Serenity Reynolds. The executive director is Ashley Johnson. And the executive assistant is Jedi Broadway, something like. So it sounds like there's stuff going on here. It sounds like a family affair if you ask me. But you guys can look into that when you have some time. There's one other thing I want to share with you guys before we move on, if my computer allows me to do it. Oh, yeah, I was talking about this earlier. So when I was doing my research, I looked up the address and I got the EIN number for this art gallery. That's not what we want. And you guys seen this because we've done this with Umar Johnson when he had acquired these trap bandos. But if you look down at the bottom, it says Ebony E. Broadway and it has an address. I redacted the address. That address goes back to San Diego. But remember that she ends up transferring this to her LLC September 8th of 2021. So I looked up the same that document for 2021 and and I don't have it up here, but it will show it. It will show the same thing. It's just the name isn't Ebony E. Broadway. Okay, she lists the name of the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group, and then under that is the same address that's on here. Okay, let me see if I actually have that. Give me 1 second. I know I have it, but let me see if I have the one that's redacted. Okay, and I think that it's this one. Let me see. I just got to make sure that it's redacted. That's all. I mean, it's all public record. No, it's not redacted. Anyway, I'll leave that right there. Okay. Let me get back to my notes. So we were talking about earlier, I was reading through the email that this individual sent me back in the day. And I'm going to finish up with that email. And then we're going to be pulling up the video where Umar actually speaks. Hanera gives this whole presentation in the beginning too. So let's see, where did we leave off? Okay, so this person brought up another individual that was doing stuff in Ghana. We're not going to get into all of that. Okay, so I brought up how the chief, who's a priest of Vodun, Mami Wata in Benin. Hanera is a priestess in the Mami Wata Vodun sect and was initiated, visited, now lives in Benin. Okay, that's why I showed you that website, right? And then I also showed you guys a picture of Umar when he was in Benin. This is what this person sent me back in the day. You see Umar sitting down right there. The person went on to say, but speaking of chief in Ghana, this picture of Nana Obiski, and I don't know which person is Nana Obiski in this picture. Obokisi tagging Umar and Hanera raised an eyebrow as well. Yeah, Hanera, she's tagged in here too. Yep. And then it provides his foundation in Ghana under the guise of the Year of Return. Umar used to talk about a lot about that back in the day, the Year of Return to Ghana. Remember that? Which we know is a scam His credentials is an art director of some festival in Ghana, but that's it. If you read some of his talking points, they sound FDMG-ish, including the sacred stone, which sits at the university. So she was talking about this particular chief, if you will, that he has allegedly has a university. I looked this up too. Let me go ahead and, I don't know, just beyond the scope. Let me see. Here, I'll provide a link to it inside, because I don't want to get too far sidetracked on, because this is like a real side quest right here. But here's a link to that his website. This is the university. But this university, it has a sacred stone. You guys want to see the sacred stone? Because this person sent it to me a long time ago. I just didn't put the pieces together back then. I was like, whatever. Here it is right here. See, on Nana Obokisi or whatever it is, this is from 2018. This is before Umar even acquired these trap bandos. November 22nd of 2018. Where did we hear about a sacred stone at, though? Who else has a sacred stone? Umar at FDMG. It's a mess. Such a mess. Let me see if I can find an image of it. Well, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna have to look through here to actually find him up there walking through. They ended up painting it. Remember, he painted it red, black, or the women, they went up there, they painted it red, black, and green. And he called it the sacred rock or the sacred stone. I think he called it sacred rock. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. All right. I showed you the sacred stone. And then finally it says one of his partners is Fraser Nation, who posts Umar's content on his IG. He strikes me as a con man. This is what this person is saying. I'm not saying, because I haven't looked into him. The only thing I will say is Nana does materialize things, meaning the chief, I guess. We don't got to read on. He travels a lot, so that's anyway. Blah 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 blah. Okay. All right, so I want to start bringing this back to what happened 2 days ago, and I know there's more I have for you guys, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it right there. I want to go back to what happened a couple of days ago, and this is the reason why I took the time to really look into this. And that is the grand opening of the Alumni House Art Gallery. Again, this art gallery is 2.5 blocks from FDMG Umar Johnson's abandoned buildings. And they were purchased back in 2019 by Hanera, but her real name, Ebony E. Broadway, for $25,500. And then she transferred over in 2021 to the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. That's her LLC. This also ties back to the West Coast of Africa. And then we also looked at that cult that she's a part of, and how she has a connection to that. And someone actually said, and I can't remember who it was, but someone was saying that part of what Hanera does is that she gets Black women over here to get into the voodoo thing, and then ultimately gets them over to Africa to get initiated, something to that effect. Okay, so it's a big mess all the way across the board. And then of course here's Umar with Hanera and Ashley. But I want to make sure that we take some time to look at the timeline of the Ifatunde University. Okay, and if we don't have time today, we'll do that tomorrow. But to set that up, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the video that posted yesterday, I believe, and this is for this Alumni House Art Gallery. It could have been from 2 days ago. Real quick, let me do a couple of these super chats just to kind of get caught up here. I'll have to do these quickly because I have to stay on task. Doctor says, what has Jermaine Kong, a.k.a. strong alpha male lover, been? All right. Thank you, Mr. Liz says, are my eyes deceiving me, or does he look a lot thinner in this thumbnail? He must be doing some drug that suppresses his appetite from time to time. Yeah, I'm not sure which are you talking about the thumbnail for today? Yeah, he does look thinner. Yeah, he does. And we're going to watch some of that video, but it may be just what he has on. You know, it may just be what he has on. Thanks, Louis. TJ says, man, this is going to be good. Leonard, yeah, it's a serious live stream today. We'll get back to the regular goofing off at some point. Okay, I just want to make sure we get through all this. If we don't get through everything today, we'll come back tomorrow to finish it up. Thank you, TJ. Louis says, is this the art gallery building he supposedly bought back a few years ago? No, this is something else. Sharon was supposed to be involved in it. And I never verified that he actually bought that for Sharon, but that was someplace else. That was actually in Philly. That's where, yeah, that was in Philly. This art gallery is in Wilmington, right around the corner from these trap battles in Wilmington. In fact, that art gallery they had, when Umar had that case for his credentials, they went to that art gallery afterwards. That was probably in 2000, I want to say the beginning of 2018, if memory serves me correctly. Okay, but that's a separate art gallery dealing with Sharon. Okay, thank you, Louis Luck. Randy says, what part of the Manjal files is, I don't know. Thanks, Randy. Van Varner says, the alumni house are for his multiple wives. Okay, all right. Okay, we're going to look at the video. Fly New York says, sent in 80 jewels, said, clock it. Thanks so much. Sparkles from Rosetta, thank you. TJ says, we are beyond pleasantries, Leonard Blast. Man. I try to be nice. Thank you, TJ. UG5 says, I was filling out a job application and I had to convert my resume into Umar Johnson because the portal only accepted Pete. Oh, stop it. Miss, how's it going? I ain't seen you in a while. Says 2 jewels, Silver Star. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. UG225 says she's 5'5". Don't do that. Derek says, kick his spot part 2, the cookie the cookie comb hideout. Yeah, that's the kick his spot part 2. But isn't it interesting? They finished renovations, they opened it up, they passed inspections and all that stuff. And Umar hasn't done any of that with FDMG. That's deep to me. Again, she acquired this around the same time, 3 months after Umar acquired these trap bandos, and Umar has raised millions of dollars. Not us. That's crazy. That's the kicking spot number 2. Thank you, Derek. UG5 says a sock field. No, stop it. TJ says so he's collecting equity on the townhome. Ain't no telling. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that. What I'm saying that is if he's ever audited and they were able to track money being sent into this investment here, that's a problem. That's a problem. See, and whatever money Umar may be sending over to Africa or invested in this allegedly invested in this art gallery, that should be money that should have been going towards FDMG, right? Because that's what he collected the money for. So the web is really, really tangled here, right? Thanks, TJ. Dark Cloud said, turn it up. Thank you so much for the 800 jewels. I appreciate it. Marco says he racking up big Fed charges. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. If he's ever audited, that's going to be a problem. I've been saying that for many, many years. So if he's ever truly audited, he said he was audited. I don't believe it because if they truly audited him and they looked at where this money is going, they're going to find out very, very quickly that the money has been misappropriated under his nonprofit. Okay, going to another nonprofit too, by the way, allegedly. All right. Thanks, Marco. Derek says, is that where he plans to snuggle by the listen, let's not even go there, Derek. Thank you. Aisha says, Lenon, did you see where Jamal Bryant avowed out Cheyenne Bryant about having? Yes, I was planning on covering. I just haven't had the time. I already have all the videos downloaded. In fact, we were supposed to get together for members to cover that today. We're not going to have time. I apologize. I got to figure this out. Again, my biggest struggle is time. I just don't have time like I would like. But yeah, I'm familiar with it. I actually have a folder. I've dumped all that stuff inside the folder, including Dr. what's his name? I can't remember his name, who's associated with Umar from back in the day. He's from Philly. He did a whole breakdown and talked with the guy that gave Cheyenne Bryant a fake degree. Recently gave her a fake degree. It's a mess. But I know what you're talking about. Thanks, Aisha. Derek says, so he's flipping FDMG donations with an accomplice. Listen, I don't know for a fact. I don't know. But this is what I mean by I don't know where she got that money from. And furthermore, has Umar provided any money to help with the renovations on that house? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Derek. Lewis says, maybe Nation Builders Capital Investment Group long shot. Come on, let's stop. All right, let's. I'll come back to these other ones later. Golly, I'm gonna come back to these other ones in a minute. Thank you guys for all the super chats and the super stickers and the everything else. Thank you guys. Some of the jewels. Okay, So now that we've gotten most of this stuff, I have a whole lot more inside this folder that I can pull up. And before I do that, let me just look in here real quick for any images that I wanted to show you guys and that I haven't shown you guys. Yeah, there are some things that would be worth looking at, but they're not major, so we can set that aside. Let me share this one thing though with you guys. Let me share this. Here you go. Look. This is what came up for the Naziafa Spiritual Institute in Benin, because that's where that's where the organization is based. It's just they have satellite for the United States of America in San Diego, and Hanira is the president of that over here. Yeah, so that's what came up right here, and you can actually find this if you look back on the website for the divinefeminine.net and under team, you'll see the same statue right here. And again, I haven't looked into all this stuff, and I'm not saying that these other individuals who participate with Naziafa Spiritual Institute, that they're part of anything nefarious. What I'm saying is, and they may very well be, what I'm saying is that I just want to make it clear that Hanira is involved in that. Okay, let's get back to, I want to get to the video now. So again, here's the flyer right here. I showed this at the beginning of this live stream. And then, and again, I still corrected too, because I didn't know that Umar posted this on his Instagram page as well. And James corrected me, there's other people corrected me, so I stand corrected on that. So I want to retract what I said earlier. I've already talked about that. Here's the actual video, and we'll watch most of it. We'll watch, well, not even most of it. Well, let's see. We'll see how this goes. Okay, here we go. Let's get going.
Oh, Rosewood. Yeah.
So that she's at this property right here, just to be clear. Okay, and again, she purchased it for $25,500, but and then they renovated it and built it up and everything. It looks nice, and now it's worth roughly $130,000.
Going live for the opening of the Alumni House Art Gallery. I'm hot. Hello, everyone.
So it's just in there right here. Yeah, my wife's coming in. I'm gonna take myself home.
Shop is big. The guy owns 6 shops. Oh, now you're ready for it. Oh, and you got competition.
No.
I see you. I ain't mad at you.
I just had to.
That's how we work together.
Yeah.
You got any more, Mama?
Let's see.
Okay, that is a sweet red.
Yeah, let me read you guys one other thing that this person sent me back in 2020? Yeah, 2020. At the end of their email, or at the end of the first series, because they actually sent me quite a few emails, and I was going back and forth. But they said that so my speculation, this is this person's emphasis on speculation, is it's all just a big scam ring. And like I said, him tagging Hanira and Umar raises an eyebrow. What's the connection? All right.
And if you're interested in that, that's $5. And you can see that we do have one.
Huh? We got the food laid out.
I'm ready when you are. I'm just going around. Sure. Are we doing the second wine, the second round of the wine tasting? Okay. She's beautiful.
Thank you. That wasn't even, look, this thing wasn't even, thank you very much.
Yay. And this is all
Because I'm like,
turkey.
I'm not right.
Okay.
Like,
There's no chicken, no pork, no beef. It's all turkey.
All turkey.
I get in mine.
You do?
Yeah.
I haven't been having.
No, it's all history, so I always get it ready. Somewhere along the
It's like you can always hear my mouth.
Yeah, I want to apologize too. I haven't had a chance to look at this. So normally when I do these lives, if there's children that are shown, I'll redact them. I'll blur their faces. But I didn't know that was going to. So I want to apologize for that. But in the future, if we cover this video again, I'll make sure to have all of the children's faces redacted because I just don't think that I should have that on there. So I want to apologize for that.
But yeah, I was thinking.
Did you guys do the second round?
Not yet.
Yes, it's 2.5 blocks from FDMG, the abandoned building.
She's like, I need to be there for the wine. Where's your glass? Okay, bring your wine glass.
Is this a tasting?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I brought tasters.
You're in the House of Brown now. You got that one already? Okay. Do you mind pouring my portion in here? Because I'm still on this. You don't have to fill this. Don't drink it all. You want to taste that? This is the Chardonnay. All right. Where are we? Not your normal Chardonnays, babe. Less oak, less water. Now, now this Chardonnay is chill, but if you really want to turn Chardonnay up, leave it below temperature. I like this one. You like this one? Yeah. This is my favorite. It's Kung Fu Girl. So what do you think? What are you tasting?
Is this your creation?
No, so this is House of Brown. This is a black-owned wine vineyard in Napa Valley.
Okay.
And so, yeah, this is a 2022 bottle. You like this one?
I do. So I'm trying to something distinctive about it.
Yeah. By the way, there's something else I forgot to mention here. So we had someone in the chat room. This was I know I got screenshots of this. It's just not showing on here. And they were talking about all of this. This was earlier this year. It might have been last year. No, what? Excuse me. I think it was last year and part of this year too. Excuse me. Where did I put this? Yeah, that's something I meant to share with you guys, but it's not coming up. I'm going to look for that. I got to make sure I share that with you guys before we get up out of here. Let's keep going.
Have you ever had Kung Fu?
Excuse me.
That is my favorite one. Kung Fu Girl. Yeah, it's called Kung Fu Girl. They don't really, I haven't seen it like since COVID, but this reminds me of this, but just more crisp and like more hydrating. Okay, now what you saying, it reminds me of something.
Oh, here it
Yeah,
is.
never heard of it. So,
Okay, I want to read this to you guys. I won't show it to you guys, but when I posted this particular live stream and I set it up, this person said, I told y'all a while back he bought her a house that's a 4-minute walk from the school. They said this way before. See, this is someone separate from the person that sent me the email. This is someone who's in the Quick Quest chat this year and last year. I wanted so badly to send you the proof but I needed you to find it on your own due to stalking allegations. The house was purchased back in 2019, which is true. Them two are in this thing together deep. She's like a scammer, right? She's like the scammer right-hand man. All right. And then they also stated Hanera is her online persona. Follow them at Lenon. Follow the money business. I wish I could say more. Promise not trying to be difficult. It's just more complicated than I can say. And I did reply back because they had posted this in the chat room after I set up the live stream. I said, if you have anything you want to share with me, you can always email me directly. And then she also says, well, it was more so her using the donation money and his support base as well. So she's alleging that Hanera is using the FDMG donation money, but also using Umar's FDMG donation support base as well. In other words, she collected money from the people under him too, under the disguise of being close to FDMG. Wow. All right. Yeah. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Korean wine. Everybody's wine. Yeah. And so this time, I've always found them to be a little too sweet.
Okay, and thank you. Black Anonymous sent me the flyer as well from earlier. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing all right too. What is this? There's also, okay, and then also MT, you know who you are. Thank you so much. Sent me the same thing. Okay, thank you guys. Let's keep going.
Just remind me what you're saying. This is good. It didn't have much of a taste to me. It's just so natural. He was always drinking with something. Things have been happening. It's very slow. For sure. But it's very nice. It's very relaxing. You don't down so much. Go ahead and that's correct.
And my boy over there, he got on them. What do they call these? See his shoes? They got the thing that flip up real high.
I always drink it over there in Korean restaurant.
And it all came out in so the bottle that came out so what's your favorite? A small bottle. It's like a it's soju. It's not one of those things you just sip it, smell it, have a conversation.
Soju is like moonshine. It's like you can't
good moonshine.
Good moonshine.
It's like white wine.
I never did white wine.
My granddaddy made us white wine.
Gotcha.
I grew up on a little moonshine.
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
See, she's talking about the Ifatuna University. See, that's what I'm saying. I think this is for those people. This is a kicking spot for old black people. This ain't got nothing to do with no kids. Y'all see this?
I grew up on a little moonshine.
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I'm sorry, they got the baby. Let me skip through. Yeah, I think this lady right here is from back in the day. Most of these people, they're not from the old school from back in the day. Most of these people.
If you're facing the home and the window to the left, normally
I think that it may not be that lady, but it looked like it.
Another house is connected to that. If we're facing to the right, and then their front door will be right there, the window from their right or our right.
Okay, that's Ashley right there. I think that's Ashley.
That's interesting that the screen is to the right, but the window is to the left. That's interesting. Okay. I'd like to talk more about that. For sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
So you see that lady in the green? I think she was from the university. We're going to get into that just a little bit more, a little bit later. And I think she was in the gym too back in the day.
I'd like to introduce you to our next artist, someone who is the most dear to my heart, my biggest supporter, my spiritual mother, my priest.
What in the world?
My teacher. I give you Yana and Anansi Priestess Scenario Blue. She is a phenomenal, phenomenal woman. There's so many accolades that you can add on to her name, but she is a philanthropist.
Is she talking about Hanera? This is a bunch of bullshit.
She is a leader in the community. She is a nonprofit.
Listen, these people crazy. This is a cult. This is a cult. That's what this shit is. Again, I just put the link up in there. I want you guys to go back, go look at this shit. Here, I'll pull it up. I'm telling you, these people, boy, I'm telling you. So this is their and shout out to James. He found this Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. Okay, she's the one that purchased this building back in 2019 for $25,500, and it's in her that she's on the deed, Ebony E. Broadway. That's Hanera. And then she transferred it over to the Nation Builders Capital Investment Group LLC in 2021. Well, that's her LLC. And if you look at this shit, because it's a bunch of bull jive. All of this is. See, again, these people really think that there's something. We are committed to empowering our clients to specialized education, training, and expert trading services in two distinct areas. Our dedicated stock trading department offers comprehensive courses designed to help students become professional traders in the futures market. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, our training programs cover technical analysis, market strategies, risk management, and trading psychology. Woman, if you don't stop with this foolishness, our goal is to equip you with the knowledge and confidence to trade futures successfully and build a sustainable trading career. Our separate department specializes in trading of petrochemicals, crude oil, and refined products. We facilitate. Then why are you up over here in Wilmington, Delaware, in the former trap bando? At least a former bando. What are you talking about? We facilitate the negotiation of buy and sell agreements, ensuring seamless transactions that meet the needs of all parties involved. Our services include import and export logistics, shipping coordination, and market analysis to ensure. This looks like someone who knows any of this. Time of efficient delivery of commodities, recognizing the volatility of the market. Sound like Cheyenne Bryant. We also have a dedicated futures trading department that employs sophisticated hedging strategies to manage risk and provide financial stability for our physical trades. Our mission is to support clients in sourcing, procurement, and trading through tailored solutions and expert guidance. We invite you to explore our educational programs or contact us to learn how our trading expertise can help you succeed in the stocks, futures, and petrochemical markets. Thank you for considering Nation Builders Capital Investment Group as your trusted partner in trading and education. We look forward to collaborating with. Here's the team. That's Hanera, AI version, and that's Ashley, an AI version. These people listen, boy, I'm telling you, Ebony Broadway and Ashley. Ebony Broadway, the president and founder, as an experienced futures trader, serial entrepreneur, and philanthropist, Ebony Broadway has dedicated her career to creating impactful businesses and fostering community growth. With a passion for innovation and keen eye for opportunity, she has successfully launched and scaled multiple ventures across various industries, including real estate, land, hospitality, commodity trading, and energy sectors. Ebony Broadway has launched the Positive Flow course to share her experience and guide others on the path to financial freedom and entrepreneurship. Believing in the power of investment, Ebony Broadway is committed to building sustainable opportunities within communities, ensuring the economic growth benefits that the economic growth benefits all stakeholders. Her philanthropic efforts reflect a deep commitment to social responsibility, focusing on cultural and financial education, health, and community development initiatives. All right. And that's her sidekick right there, Ashley. So I think that's what this lady talking about right now.
Spiritual Institute. She is a mother, right? And she is mother of five. Okay.
Yeah, she talking about her. Anyway, and again, I wish I could still do it. I could raise the volume, but it's okay. As long as y'all can at least understand some of what this foolishness is.
4 came out my womb and I adopted one.
And she got a whole bunch of other ones that never came out of the womb. So she's some young, some old.
What? You talking about her eggs? Okay.
For the community in such a way. She is a priest, right? And so, and many times over. So I give you Miano and Anasi, or some of you know as Priestess Venera Bunu. She is the artist who has done the photography and captured history. And this is not only history for Wilmington, not only history for you know, the East Coast, not only history for Black people, but it's also history for this gallery. So, Miano and Anasi, would you like to say anything about what inspired you to share, right? Because this was cute already, but to share.
Okay.
Okay, but we're at 478 likes. Our goal is 500. I mean, do you guys need me to run this through my program? I can raise the volume.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. You guys are at home. Just know that after this day, this is home. This commemorates the opening.
Wait, what did she say?
What inspired you to share, right? Because this was cute already, but to share.
Okay, well, welcome everyone. You guys are at home. Just know that after this day, this is home.
Yeah, I told y'all. This kicking spot.
This commemorates the opening of the space, and this has been a long time coming. So thank you all for coming first.
Boy, if you don't change that battery,
Y'all forgive me.
Black people, we got to do better. Like that, but damn, why we always got to do that? Just change the battery. Come on, Black people, we gotta rise. I had to change. I gotta take a break. I had to change out I had to buy another fire thing because the other one when I replaced the battery, it kept chirping no matter what. So I had to buy. I went and just bought a whole nother one. It's like $70. So what in the world? Because it's them kinds that it connects to all the other ones. Here we go, right here. This is the one that don't work anymore. Anyway, and then I put new batteries in. Well, actually, the new one had a battery in it, and it didn't have any problems after that. But I just disconnected it because it kept beeping no matter what. And I said, let me go buy. You're gonna better be safe than sorry. I went and bought another one. Anyway, you had to take a break from this foolishness. Oh yeah, it's a smoke detector and what is it? CO2 thing? I think it's CO2 thing. What is it called? You guys know what I'm talking about. All right.
I'm most comfortable with my shoes on, so I'm gonna take my shoes off. Thank you, Doctor, for coming. And I'm gonna hold back my tears because they already never. So you see them, they're coming.
Oh, cut it out.
So let's start from the beginning because many of you don't know me. You've never seen me before, and you're in this space, and I really want you to understand the
Yeah, carbon monoxide. What did I say? I said something else. Yeah, carbon monoxide.
of what today is. So I'm going to go back to the beginning and bring you forward to 2026.
Uh-oh.
My auntie, rest in peace, told me, she said, I know you're on your spiritual journey. There's this guy who's on fire on the East Coast. I'm in California at the time.
See how she says she's in California? You know, I got to get this. I'm going to do it while I'm live streaming, but I got to get a better, because I want to hear all this. Because James said that she actually says too much. Like she's telling the business. Umar was probably nervous when she was talking. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this and run this through Premiere Pro and clean up this audio a bit. Okay, I'll be right back.
This is guy on fire on the East Coast. He's gonna be at the World Beat Center. I want you to go and tell me how it is. She tagged me in all his posts.
Yeah, shout out to the World Beat Center, Sister Makeda.
I was barely finding out about Dr. Sentendrey. I was just new on my journey, right? I had the locks, but I was still in corporate. I think I had just entered initiation.
Ain't nobody asking for all this. She just like Umar. She got to give a big old long story.
She was talking about Umar Johnson. And this was World Beat Center. It was your first
2014? No, 2012. 13. Yep, 2012. Yep. Yep.
And so I went, and that was the first time.
Oh, she was there.
And
Wow.
Knew the consciousness.
Ain't that deep?
His message aligned with the
That's crazy.
teachings that I was going through with Kepta.
Yeah, hold on. I got to take myself off here. So she's talking about the World Beat Center, and we've covered that video. I've covered it inside the documentary as well. So that goes back to 2012, I think, maybe it was 2013. Because 2012, because 2013, Umar's talking about the donations that he got in the form of land. And he posted that at the end of 2012, December 2000. So that was 2013. She was there. She's from San Diego. The World Beat Center is in San Diego. Shout out to Makeda Dredd. She's an old family friend, and not just on my side, but also on my wife's side. My wife lived in San Diego when she was a child for a little while. And Makeda, my wife's mother, rest in peace, and her aunt, they were all friends with Makeda, and my dad. Makeda knew my dad and knew my mom too. Anyway, but that's the World Beat Center that she's talking about. Oh, God damn. You got to be fucking kidding me. I think she's saying figuratively that she's her godmother. I can make a phone call right now and find out. This is some bullshit.
Following Dr. Johnson, I just kept growing, kept evolving, kept moving. So we fast forward to 2019. So this is maybe 6 years. At this point, I graduated my initiation with Kepta and got my spiritual name, which you guys all know as Kanera. Kanera, which means one for the great God Brahman. Right? And Dr. Johnson had put a post out. This post right here. Black Psychology 101, War of the African Mind, Ifatunde University. And that beacon said, for all you grassroots scholars, for all you who are trying to become conscious, you dedicate to me one Saturday each month for 12 months, and I will turn you into that revolutionary that you know that you are.
Yes, a coat.
And so Dr. Johnson didn't tell how many applicants applied, but I know I was one of them. And I submitted my registration. I had to send my bio, who I was. We then had to do an interview. And so, is it working? Testing. You can hear me in there? Okay. So just talking to it, y'all can hear me? And so I did my interview and I was accepted. And so thus became the journey, right? And in true fashion, from all over the United States, and we even had one lady, she was a flight attendant, I believe, and she was from the continent, and she would, because she was a flight attendant, she flew for free, and she would fly in every month. When I tell you, it was serious.
Hold on a second.
From all over, different destinations, and Doc would decide, okay, this month we're going to be here. Not just randomly, right? There was some thought behind it. Every day, and it started out as 8 to 12 hours a day. Now, when you think about that, for me, at this point, I'm a business owner, I'm a mother, I'm an entrepreneur. I can't sit still. And so to think I'm going to sit somewhere for 8 to 10 hours, 8 to 12 hours, I was like, okay, I'm really ready for this. I'm ready to go back to school. Doctor, I want to breathe. I better get ready. And so it went from the 8 to 10 hours to easily 72 hours just in one weekend. And let me explain, right? So every month he would say, we're going to meet in this destination, Selma, Alabama, Washington, D.C., New York. We're going to go down to Drewville, Virginia. Every destination, we would take a tour. And he would give us black
Ask that. Oops. I'm sorry. All right, I apologize. I was talking to my wife. She about to go get some intel going on right quick. Boy, this is crazy. Let's go.
He would educate us. Now, this is after the 12 hours, right? Now, in class, and you guys can see the exhibit, in class, he would lecture. Now, when I tell you Doc is a scholar, you know, they like to give him a hard time. They want, where's your degree? All of this. When I tell you we got a packet day one, like this, right? This is your syllabus. These are the required reading materials. This is just the reading material alone. We're going to have a library just in the reading material.
Oh, cut it out, baby.
No. And not only did we have to read it, but the next one he would test us on it. And if you did not pass the test, you were not welcome to come to the next one. You were not welcome to come to. So everybody did their best to make sure that they passed the test. Because of that, we
All right, I'm exporting this again.
did study groups. We were calling each other on the phone. We were begging Dr.
See, again, she's talking about the Ifa Tunde University. These are the alumni. That's what this house is for. It's for the alumni of Umar Johnson's. I can't remember exactly what he called, because it was a larger name that he called it. Black Anonymous probably remembers. It was a large, James would know too. It was a larger name. The Pan African Scholar School or whatever it was. And let me tell y'all something real quick. I told people years ago that what I thought was that I was saying that Umar never had a physical coat, but that the closest thing that he had to a physical coat was this Ifa Tunde University thing. And then here we are in 2026, and now look at where we're at. He has a physical coat, but I think he's also getting played by someone who's part of another cult. But Umar may be part of that other cult too. No, not the book club. Yeah, it was called, yeah, but it was Ifa Tunde University. That's what it was called. But he had another, because you know how Umar is. He has to embellish everything. So it was Ifa Tunde University, but then that was like the umbrella. There was something else he would say. It was a long thing that he would say. So the point I want to make is that what we're seeing here is this is the culmination of all of that. And this particular art gallery, this is dedicated to the alumni of Ifa Tunde University. That's what this is all about. And that's why Umar, she's giving this retrospective. Umar's going to give this retrospective about that too. But all of this, none of this has to do with opening up a school for Black children. None of it does. See, but it goes to show you that Umar's focus, and clearly Hanera's focus, is it's about these older black people and them getting together and having a good kick it spot.
This topic we don't get. Can you give us some more information? What would you do? We're trying to get ready for the test. He would schedule a conference call, and so that 12 hours that I never thought I would be able to do.
Listen, lady, don't nobody give a shit.
Surpass the 72 when you count in the conference calls, when you count in all the extra energy that he poured into making sure our minds were Pan-African, right? And so this exhibit is just some memories that we took on our different excursions. Now, again, every month it was a different location, so I'm going to be adding to this exhibit. But again, like I said, every month we would fly in, right? And the very first class we had was right here in Philadelphia. I say right here, but you guys know Philly's right here. In Philly. And anybody who is a student of African traditions and spirituality, you know that when you're picking a teacher, you just don't look at that teacher who's in front of you. You look at who's behind him, right? Where did he come from?
Yeah, Satan.
Where's that path he just walks from? And
she just running her mouth. If you don't stop.
So in true traditions, fashion, his very first class was with us was in Philadelphia. We sat in class, again, the full 8 to 12 hours. We had name badges.
Yeah, these people crazy.
Security at the door.
12 hours.
Full breakfast buffet. He went all out.
Hot dogs, sandwiches, water ice.
This thick, right? And the first part of the class, he talked about African spirituality. He talked about the Orisha. He gave thanks and entered the class that way. And in the second part of the class, he laid the foundation of what we would be studying and going through. As if that wasn't enough, we were all overwhelmed and saturated.
Okay, I think this should be louder. Let me just make sure. Unless I'm pulling up the same one. I could be pulling up the same one. Let's see.
And not only history for the East Coast, not only history for Black people, but it's also history for the Scouts. So, and I think we'll be like, so she's so young, so old.
To her.
So I wish you would have stayed there.
Again, the full 8 to 12 hours. We had name badges.
Yeah, this may be the same one. Hold on one second.
He's the whole time asking.
Yeah, it is. I'll be right back.
Provoking questions, and then we'll go quiet and leave it up to us to have dialogue, right? To see where everybody's mind is, and then at the end he would, correct or guide us according to guardians, according to Pan Africanism. It was a wonderful experience. As if that wasn't enough, he then rented and chartered a bus and took us all through Philadelphia, again, in true traditional fashion, to show us the house he grew up in, the schools he went to, where he came from, all through Philly, where Will Smith came from, and Jill.
Yeah, this is a cold.
And everyone else, he took us around. And after that, we all said, we got to keep in touch. What y'all doing tonight? What y'all doing tomorrow? And so it became one of those things where we all got together in the evening. And so I don't know if it was that class, but definitely by class 2, we had gotten into the routine of getting an Airbnb. And if, the 30 of us couldn't fit in one Airbnb, we would have one main Airbnb. Normally where the women are, because we cooking and making sure there's food and all of that, And we would all gather there to study, and Doc would come. And we would just pick his brain. We would go over the lecture. He would philosophize. We would do book readings. It was just all intense. again, the full 72 hours, right? He just poured and poured into us. And it became routine. We became family. We were calling each other, going to each other's birthday parties. I think we had one baby, one wedding. I think Troy and his wife got married. We became family. And each city, we would get that one place. And so in April of 2020, that's when Doc had already bought the school. He had newly bought the school, FDMG, a couple blocks from here. And we were the first.
All right, this is the part right here, 25-minute mark. I got the, let me see, this should be, the audio should be a little bit better.
And so in April of 2020, that's when Doc had already bought the school. He had newly bought the school, FDMG, a couple blocks.
That was in February.
And we were the first class, the first tour that he gave of the school. It was an E528 class.
Yep. And I have the video right here. Let's go there. Okay, this is good in terms of the timeline. So if we go back to 2019, and I have this already, let me see. Let's go to that first tour. Here it is right here from June 8th of 2019. A lot of these people, they're not up in here anymore.
Let me know what y'all think. One by one, you know, quick little testimonial. And I'm gonna put Felicia on first. What you think? Just say what you think about the school.
Oh my God. I'm speechless right now. I have no words to say. My heart is really full.
So these are the adults that were participating in this Ifatuna University.
Powerful.
Yes, wonderful vibration, great
Captain Cook. All right.
energy, such ancestral presence, definitely. Wonderful sight, and definitely looking for our home team game soon.
No doubt.
As I'm talking, I'm very proud to be a part of it, and I also want to say that haters could stop hating.
Oh, cut it out, JJ.
All right.
Also very proud.
There you go, Sharon.
Second time, so it feels even more spiritual, more grounded, more sure. So just really looking forward to, collectively what we're going to do with it.
Gotcha.
Happy to be here, and I'm going to keep supporting this brother, and I'm looking for you all to support this brother, because the doc's for real.
One love. Shorty Smalls, don't even try it. God damn.
Well, the school, you're going to do wonderful things.
Powerful.
I'm very thankful for the school. It looks great, and I'm just excited about the whole renovation process.
Mm-hmm.
The celebration of what our ancestors would desire for us to do in this time.
Yeah, these are all brainwashed cult members. Well, some of them, they not in it anymore, but back then.
Dr. Umar, you did it, and I'm grateful that God raised you up for such a time as this, and I'm so glad to be a part of it. I see leaders and being raised up from this school, and I'm grateful to be a part of it.
Appreciate you, Queen Mother.
I love you.
Doc, you the man. Black power.
All right.
Peace and blessings. We're very proud of you. I'm excited to be in this space. You can feel the fact that black children will no longer be overly criminalized and anything negative. Yeah. It's exciting. This is real. I'm just happy to be here. Black power.
As it's all right here, the framework, the foundation to build great things is right here, and it's about to get underway, and the community is super excited for it as well.
Right.
Let me skip through because they got the baby. Anyway, rest in peace of Brother Manny right here. These are all the people that were part of the university. But you don't see them, most of these people, you don't see them at this grand opening for a lot of these people. They probably just realized it at a certain point. There's a bunch of bull jive. Yeah, I didn't see her there either. She went to, there go Francis. Yeah. There go Big Ann. She ain't around anymore either. She was around a long time ago. And look at that. That's Sister in there right there. Clear? All right, let's get back to her commentary.
And we were so ecstatic because if you guys remember back then, they were ripping your through the code. You done took the money, you done stole the money, where's the money now? You know, you took the money and, you know, just giving them a hard time. And here we are celebrating and happy. You know what we support you.
Yeah, but there's still no school. What are you talking about? You're delusional. That was in 2019. It's 7 years later, and not one black child has been educated. But that's what you got to say? Cut it out, lady. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt back in the day, but nope, can't do it.
Peace and love, family. We're here in Ghana, the year of return, celebrating with Dr. Umar Johnson. You guys should be here. We're having a great time.
All right, so she was over in Ghana as well with Umar back in July 25th of 2019. Let me just give you guys these real quick. Here's another one when they were out there.
Hey!
Oh!
He said, no, I don't want that. I just want to hang out with you, brother. Thank you. Grandpa to grandpa. We just want that banana.
Y'all got a banana? Who got
I got
Give them some. Push it up, Doc, so they can get more.
Yeah.
I told you I was the Lion King.
You be lying.
That was perfect. This one's gonna try to get some.
He's figuring it out.
Look, he wants the rest of it, or she wants the rest of it. Go ahead, Mama. Ooh. Go ahead, baby girl.
Yeah, that lady ain't around either. She should do videos promoting Umar and stuff, but she ain't around anymore. So this is still around that same time, right? Let's go to August of 2019.
Peace and love, black family. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, live and direct, Washington, D.C. Marcus
So he would take this code around. They would go to different places. That's why he had gotten the bus.
Garvey weekend, final Ifa Tunde.
They would meet once a month.
University class meeting. We doing it big, hitting up the museums, enjoying ourselves, getting some of this sun. Leo season. Honorable Marcus Garvey birthday tomorrow. Nat Turner Day, August 21st, Wednesday. The Army of Southampton County. Leo season, baby. This is what we live for. One love.
See Tip the Griff back there?
We should keep going that way? Go this way. Washington, D.C., we in the building. We'll be going to the Smithsonian African American Museum this afternoon. So if you're looking for the Prince, you can catch me there. I don't know where we having dinner at, but we'll figure it out. But
Yeah.
D.C., I'm in the building. Carter G. Woodson House, we just came from that. Very, very powerful tour the sister did. Shout out to the Queen. What was her name?
Powerful.
Samantha, Queen Samantha at the Carter G. Woodson House. Make sure y'all go to the Carter G. Woodson House, get that tour. Father of Black History Month. This is King Kong Consciousness. I'm wearing a full-length African outfit for the first time. I normally don't rock the pants. Y'all know the pants ain't too swagalicious. But be quiet, Pilar. But today I decided to rock
Yeah, Pilar ain't around anymore either.
the pants and the dashiki. First time ever, I'm rocking the pants and the dashiki in Washington, D.C., Chocolate City. The Prince of Pan Africanism is in the building. I'm going to grow the beard back later, ladies, but you know, I had to get my young Garvey on for a little bit. This is young Garvey for 2 or 3 weeks, okay? And then the beard come back. Let me do my Leo season. But I want to see all y'all at Nat Turner this coming Wednesday, August the 21st, when we cross the 400-year finish line. 400 years, 4 centuries in America. August 21st, we go into our first day of our 5th century, first day of our 401st year. We want y'all to be there. 11 o'clock tour of Nat Turner Land, 2 o'clock tour Nat Turner Land, 5 o'clock libation, 7 o'clock town hall meeting. Where do we go from here? Get your tickets at
Yeah, by the way, Tiff the Griff, she's into the voodoo stuff too. And people do what you want to, but she does videos where she's like doing rituals and cow tongues and slicing shit up and all this other stuff. So just to be clear, that's the kind of people Umar associates with. And people, again, do what you want to do. That's your business. But when you believe in things that you don't understand, that's when you suffer. Okay. Umar, he's into all that shit too. Okay.
at natturnerlibrary.com, natturnerlibrary.com, Linden, New Jersey. I will see you on the 24th, Jacksonville, Florida, August 30th, Orlando, August 31st, Nashville, September 7th, Memphis, October 5th, Brussels, Belgium, September.
All right. None of these women are around anymore. Tiff the Griff, Pilar. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
And so a bunch of us got together and bought this house. Wow.
Y'all hear what she said? A bunch of us got together and bought this house. And it happened to be 2.5 blocks away from FDMG Trap Bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. And if a bunch of you bought that house, why is it that on the deed only showed your name? Ebony E. Broadway. She has different, I've already covered this earlier. She has different aliases. Okay, that's the woman who's talking, Hanera, that's her. So why does it have your name? And then by September of 2021, you transfer that over to National Builders Capital Investment Group, which is your LLC. Mm-hmm. Told y'all some deep stuff, and this is all preliminary. I haven't done too deep into. I got a little deep into, but not too deep. Shout out to James.
The first tour of the school, it was the opportunity class.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the other one.
That bought a bunch of us got together and bought this house. Wow. That bought FDMG February. February 7th. We bought this
February
house
7th. Yeah, see, she's telling all the business. She said May, but this right here says January. Yeah, May 23rd. Yep. Here we go. See, I haven't watched this video yet. So the research is she's confirming the research right here. I'm sorry, for some reason, this thing keeps getting stuck. Here we go.
That summer, rehabilitated it. It didn't look like this, y'all, not at all.
So last summer, she's saying last year, that's when they started to rehabilitate, renovate.
Right. It was completely gutted out. It was a labor of love. And
but why didn't you do that for FDMG then? If she started this last year and it takes her a year to get it, why does it take Umar? He still ain't finished anything up. I mean, he ain't finished one building over there in the Trap Bandos in Wilmington, Delaware, after 7 years. 7 years and 5 months. It's about to be 7.5 years, right? Yeah, 7.5 years. But she gets this done, and I looked at the pictures of it because you can find it. It looked like straight shit, but it looks nice now. Okay, it takes her a year. Well, why couldn't Umar? It's 2 stories. Why couldn't Umar do that with one of these buildings over 7.5 years later? She's telling all the business. Let's go.
We kept the house, and we've kept the house this whole time. And the goal was the alumni, meaning the students of East University, would always have somewhere to go.
Yeah, this is a cult. This is a bona fide cult. Now, let me show y'all something. This is a cult. We're going to look at the bite model for cults. In fact, let me do this another way so that I can zoom in and we can see it better. I'll read through this quickly. I'm taking my time tonight. Hold on one second. This way I can zoom in on it. Let me do a screen share. Is this it? Yeah. There you go. Make it a little bigger. All right, so types of code. So there's control. This is behavioral control, promote dependence and obedience. Umar, he's a megalomaniac. He wants total power and control. He wants everyone to be obedient to him. If you're not obedient, if you don't listen to what he has to say, then you're in the book of Negroes, as he says. Restrict and control sexuality. Okay, so as an example, Umar will tell black men, snow bunnies never, whatever, black queens forever, you shouldn't date outside the race, shouldn't be having sex with white women. And he tells the black women, you shouldn't be having sex with black women. That's part of the to restrict and control sexuality. But Umar, he'll have sex with them women, though. He sure would. Dictate where and with whom you live. Control clothing, hairstyle, facial hair. Okay, hairstyle is a big one for Umar. No perm, no weave. Clothing, not as much. Okay. Restrict leisure time and activities. Exploit you financially. That's a big one in terms of Umar. Information control, deliberately withhold and distort information. Umar does that all the time. Forbid you from speaking with ex-members and critics. Umar's talked about that too in the past. Divide, especially in that February of 2019 video where he does a school announcement video. Divide information into insider versus outsider. Absolutely with Umar. I've seen that over and over again. Discourage access to non-cult sources of information. Don't listen to my haters, so forth and so on. Use information gained in confession sessions against you. Generate and use propaganda extensively. He does that a lot. Encourage you to spy and report on others' misconduct. He's done that. And if you guys can look at February 2019 announcement video, he tells his followers, because he's going to have a book on there, there's going to be a database for his haters. Thought control. Instill us versus the world thinking. That's Umar. Use loaded language and cliches to stop complex thought. Okay, none of these people are deep thinkers that follow Umar. I just have to say it. They're not in. I have yet to see someone who was significantly intelligent where I say, wow, this person is really, really intelligent. Okay. I mean, they can say that they're doing all these things in Africa and their investments and they have portfolios, but that's just a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Real talk. Teach thought-stopping techniques to prevent critical thoughts. We're just talking about critical thinking. Allow only positive thoughts about FDMG, about Umar, about, Prince Ifatude. Use excessive meditation, singing, prayer, and chanting to block thoughts. I don't know about that one. I don't think he does that. Reject rational analysis, critical thinking, and absolutely emotion control. Instill irrational fears, phobias, and questioning or leaving the group. Label some emotions as evil, worldly, sinful, or wrong. Teach emotion stopping techniques to prevent anger, homesickness. Promote feelings of guilt, shame, and unworthiness. Shower you with praise and attention. It's called love bombing. Umar does that a lot. Shun you if you disobey or disbelieve. He does that as well. Teach that there is no happiness or peace outside the group. And you can find this on freedomofmind.com. This is the BITE model. There's different models. I just want to share this with one with you as we continue. Here we go.
Have somewhere to study. They would always have somewhere to gather. It was for young revolutionary minds to come together.
Young revolutionary mind, you're almost 50, woman. What you talking about?
Philosophize, have think tanks, and carry on. Right? Doc is there, we're here. And so over time, the house is just been sitting there, just kind of, right? And now Doc is at the point where he's about to open. And this is our son.
So he's about to open?
Ambasi, she is at a point in her spiritual journey where she's ready to start her her own venture. And she said, you know what, in Houston, I had an art gallery. I used to work with different art galleries, and I want to do this in Wilmington. And I want the alumni house to be involved. And so that is how the partnership now ensued. And I feel comfortable handing over the alumni house to her because she will hold the memories. She too is a Pan African.
This is crazy. So this alumni house is made for old ass black people to celebrate that they were in Ifatunde University, 2.5 blocks from FDMG, and it's a place they can all gather. This is a cult. And I told people a long time ago that this was the closest thing that Umar Johnson had to a cult. It is. Okay. Now let's go to 2019, because let me connect all this together. Watch this.
We'd like to wish happy birthday.
Well, I want to say thank you to everybody.
August 17th, 2019.
Thank you. It's been an honor to be with y'all all year long.
Yes, sir.
The year went
That's Tiff the Grip. This is the Ifatunde University. Same
too
thing.
fast, but I got to know you all very well on a personal level, and it was great. I'll cherish this year. It was a very challenging year for me personally, but the class really gave me something to look forward to. It pulled me through the tough times, and of course the acquisition of the school was a blessing as well. And thank you to all of you. And it's not the end. It's not the end. I just got to take some time to regroup a little bit and plot our next step.
Yes, sir.
But to let you guys know, one of my immediate thoughts, and this is not etched in stone, it's just a thought. But while I was in Africa, Hanera was there with us as well. We came across a chief.
Okay, here we go. And remember, the lady that sent me the email from back in 2020, she was talking about this. Let me read this back to you guys. She stated, hold on one second. She stated, also her, and meaning Hanera, also her and Tiffany Griffin are friends maybe since 2018 and both live in Cali. And again, this is back in the day when I was sent this. She now lives in Benin, right? Her, Tiff, and Umar have done a tour in 2018, and they go to his events when he is in town. Hanera and Umar may have also been to Africa together for religious reasons, and that's what Umar is explaining right now. That's what I'm saying. This email, what this person sent me back on September 2nd of 2020, it's all been proven to be true. Right now that this gallery opens up, and then I've done this research. Me and James did this research before the show. Did a little bit yesterday.
Traditional ruler, and they have a program where they're trying to give away 5,000 free acres of land. But
y'all see this? Now watch what Umar says here. Watch what he says here.
And they have a program where they're trying to give away 5,000 free acres of land. But of course, you have to pay for the processing of the land, the surveying of the land, so forth and so on. So I'm looking at purchasing several acres for the FDMG Africa campus. And I'm looking at having a select group of brothers and sisters who I trust to also match the amount of acres that FDMG purchases. So if FDMG purchases 50, then the other brothers and sisters will purchase the other 50, so we would have 100 total.
See, these people don't realize it, but this cult, it's a cult. And Umar's trying to, like we said, I pulled that up with the 4 types of cults. Part of what happens is financial manipulation. That's what Umar's doing here. See, the people who participated in the Ifatunde University, these are people who were diehard Umar Johnson fans, including Hanera. That's why they would travel from whatever state that they were in to Wilmington in order to participate in these classes. They would drive around though too, in Washington, D.C., as we've seen, okay, Philly, so forth and so on. So Umar knows that. He knows that these are the diehards. So these are the ones he knows he can get the most amount of money from. So he comes up with this idea of buying this land over there in Ghana, I think he said. But you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like that didn't happen. And so Sister Hanera took this idea of having these people who are part of this cult put in money into this pot so they can come up with the $25,500 to purchase trap band. It was a bando back then. This art gallery for $25,500 back in 2019. A few months after Umar acquired these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. Came up on the money, was sitting on it up until last year, and then started to renovate. And then from last year to present, they got it all done, and now it's the grand opening. See how all this connects? It's deep.
The control of the school, and the other 50 under the control of our community, with myself as chief. And so,
see that? The language, our community, and he's the chief. That's a cult.
So what I think I'm going to be doing is for all of you who are in this class, and then I'm going to look at the 6 different Africa trips that I had, and I'm going to select brothers and sisters who I trust who accompanied me on those trips, such as Uncle Jeff and others. But I have to look through the list because it's been 6 years, so I don't want to leave nobody out. And so between the class and the brothers and sisters I select from the 6 different tours I've taken, we will make up that village that actually goes forward with the purchase of the land. Now, with you all having been in the course of Pan Africanism this whole year, one of the reasons why I think we're going to continue our group study together is because when we do finally get the community in Africa, I'm going to need to trust some of you to orientate brothers and sisters on the continent to Pan Africanism, to Garveyism, so they can be crystal clear on what it is we stand for, what we live for, what we die for. And the only way you'll be able to do that effectively and accurately is if you know the information. So all of this was not in vain. It was not just about you learning it. It's about your ability to turn around and teach it to other people. So that would be the next phase. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at doing. And that's going to be a very, very serious step. And I have to be able to trust you in order to make that step, because we only get one time to make a good first impression in Africa. You don't get a second one. So there can't be no coonology in you, no nigritude, none of that. We got to go over there, you know, with the right frame of mind and with the right energy. So that's what we're looking at. So we got the Delaware project, obviously Wilmington, and then we got the Africa project, right? And I need diehard Pan-Africanists to help push the program on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean.
See there? See how it all connects? Including West Africa, Benin, right? And Ghana. There was a time Umar was talking about he was gonna do a Black Wall Street in Ghana. There was another thing too. I can't remember, but it was some sort of a investment in some place up over there. And they had like a hotel or something like that. And Umar was over there. We covered it a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago, but we covered it back in the day. Let me just play a little bit more of this and we'll get back to the other video.
But I need to announce that within the class, obviously, there's always an outstanding student. And in our class, the one person, and all of you did well, but the one person who really stood out in terms of their commitment and their seriousness and their presentation and their study and their academic excellence was Sister Sheila. And so in addition to the certificates that'll be given out to those who pass the class, she will get something special. I don't know what that is yet, but I want to honor her for her academic excellence. I wish she could have been here tonight. Maybe she'll come. We don't know. But it's just been a good time. But I like to go around and just get a few words from all of y'all about your experience. And it can be about the academics, but it could also be about the family itself, you know.
See, family. Hear the terminology?
Or as brief as you like or as long as you like. I'm going to start with Sister. That's the ancestor. That was Garvey and Menelik over there. All right? And these is child support candles over here. I'm just kidding, but nah.
All right. Anyway, he allows these different women and men to talk. Here's Tip the Griff right here. A brother right here, another brother right here. Dr. Something. I can't remember her name, but she's not around supporting Umar like she used to be. I remember seeing this lady a long time ago. This is the lady right here. I think this is the lady that's at the event. So if you guys look over here in the corner, you see her over there? I think that's the same lady.
And I would meet diverse personalities, and I didn't want to clash with it because I am.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, let me just skip through. Yeah, this lady, he recently did, I think this is her.
Dr. Umar, the one and only. I want to start by saying I am grateful. I am grateful for this year and the years that preceded it, working with you and a few other organizations and with family and friends when you come to Detroit. This year has been rich and rewarding. I learned a lot about others, myself, and this concept of nation building. Probably the biggest thing I've learned is that we still got a long way to go, but I'm looking forward to the journey. Stay up.
Well said, Jules.
Yeah, he's still around. Pittsburgh. She had him out there a couple of weeks ago in Detroit. Let me see.
Ashe. Sister Pilar, Philadelphia.
Yeah, she ain't around anymore either. But you see this lady right here? I think that is this lady. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, we didn't have time to cover this. I have a whole backlog of stuff we got to get caught up on. But she's still rocking with Umar. That's in Detroit. Yeah, that's her.
This year has been rich and rewarding.
Anyway, Pilar ain't around anymore. Sharon's probably still around because she's been around from the jump. This is a lady that he would kept the camera on her backside when they were at the Freddie Douglass house. I think it was Freddie Douglass house. And they go, what's her name right here? Let's see what she got to say.
That's for my babies. Anissa and Selah, Daddy love you. And so we got Sister Hanera. Look at her making a grand entrance. She's something else, ain't she?
Doc, you are an
Yeah, I think she's running this shit. Real talk.
amazing man.
And she feeds into his ego. But I think she's playing him at the same time.
I think that for all the people that are looking, they need to know the type of dedication and just dedication that you have to this work.
If you don't stop.
I think maybe your sound bites sometimes give a certain perception. The videos give another perception. But being with you 1 week in a month for the
I don't know what he was talking about.
months has given us.
Well, that's crazy. This is Colt right here. 1 week in a month for 12 months and people flying in from other states.
All our own
These people
perception
nuts.
of you. And just to share that perception, coming in, he said it would be one Saturday a month from 8 to 8, right? So we were all prepared for one Saturday a month from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. So we came from all over, West, East, Midwest, for this one Saturday from 8 to 8. And do you know that the first class, he laid the foundation. And if you guys are listening on this live, everybody is laughing because they know what I'm about to say. So the very first class, Dr. Umar started with a message to us at like 3 in the morning. Good Garvey Day, everybody.
You better shut up! You better stop it!
And it was like, be on time, do this, do that, parking is this way. He was on it, right? We got in there, we had our name tags, we had our folders, we had the agenda lab. He started with libations. He brought in, mind, body, spirit, total encompassing this man. You don't get that right?
Set the tone.
He set the tone in the beginning. He set the tone in the beginning, right? And
These
so
people
we
crazy.
did that class from 8. He got a tour bus, took us all from Philly, right? We saw where he was went through school, did this, did that. We did all of that. He gave one of the best lectures there that I think we've had, right? That was a really good lecture.
Yes.
We got to know each other, and he set the foundation. But that wasn't it. We went out to dinner, then we toured. He walked with us for hours in Philly, right?
In the rain.
In the rain.
And I won't stop.
We didn't stop that night until 3 in the morning. This man gave us 24 hours of his energy, the first class. And why do I say?
Boy, this is some culture.
Not to brag, not to boast, but to he set the tone and to give you a perspective of how he's poured into us month after month after month. This particular weekend, the last Saturday, that was supposed to be from 8 to 8. It started on Friday morning, and here it is Saturday evening. And that has, he gives us all of his time, right? And it's not just the Fridays and the Saturdays. So it becomes from one day, now it's a full weekend that he's given us his time, his energy.
Don't forget the conference calls.
We got the teleconferences that he gives us, right?
You better shut up!
We haven't even talked about the curriculum now. This man is a scholar. If I'm not correct, he has 8 degrees. Is that right?
6.
This lady, she doing too much.
6? Oh,
He has, what, 52 degrees? What is it? I think she manipulating the shit out of Umar. That's what James was telling me too. And shout out to James, because he the one that got this going, and we've been talking and researching and all this stuff. Shout out to James.
He is a scholar. Do you understand? All the curriculum. I have a library that I can pass down to my children. My daughter on the Ghana trip.
Girl, stop. He got a curriculum from you old ass black people. He ain't got no curriculum for that school though.
Was asking me what books I should read, what this, and I said, baby, we got it at the house. I got this. You can start with Garvey, and we start with philosophy and the Pope. Yeah.
I'll put up a poll question. Who's running this shit? 21% said Umar, 79% said Hanira.
I have it. Why? Because this man equipped me. Right? It has been a blessing and an honor to learn at your feet for the last 12 months.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for all that you've done.
Yeah, she just feeding his ego. He like that. That's why I think she's his number one.
All of us. I thank you for everything that goes on behind the scenes that has to be managed in order for you to be here and be present.
Behind the scenes. Yep.
Because you do that effortlessly, and you come into class with the 5-page test.
You shady.
That's like the white.
You shady.
Harder than the white man's SAT. Man, SAT ain't got shit on that. I'll take the ACT first again.
I'm sorry. Each question is one full page of dialogue. And if you misspell Africa,
but y'all know why this is. But you know why this is. Because this man is a leader that is here to raise leaders. He is the leader of leaders.
Yeah, this is cool.
Now that we finished this year, we are now, it's time for us to be those leaders, right? To be those champions. So I'm happy, I'm happy, looking forward to the future. Thank you for, again, allowing me to study at your feet the last 12 months. And FDMG Academy.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's get back to the other bit, and then we'll wind this down. Here we go.
And so I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. I'm going to be here. This is still a house for revolutionaries and the community house. But she said, I'm ready. I want to make it open to the public. You sure? All right, this summer it is. And so here is the history I just laid before you. Ifatunde exhibit I would be remiss if we opened up the gallery and did not pay tribute and honor and respect to the memories, the history, my teacher, my professor.
That wasn't the ending. I just thought it was part of the clap.
So that's how the exhibit came to be. So you are standing in the alumni house. We are students of Pan Africanism coming together to try to change things for our community. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you guys are going through each of the pictures, or I don't know, Doc, if you want to speak.
Thank you for the words, Queen. That picture right there, the lower left corner, that was the picture we took outside the school when we first purchased it. I had my dates off because September of 2019, I thought we started in 18, so I was wrong. We started in 19. So now that I go back in my memory, when we purchased the school, February of 19, that's when I was motivated and inspired to do the class sort of.
No, what you should have been doing is you should have had some classes for these kids. We're going to end it right there. We'll come back tomorrow to pick up right there. We'll listen to Umar's whole talk and see what he's talking about. But I'm telling you guys, this is deep. It's really, really deep. It's a lot deeper than what I thought. And again, I've dismissed Honor going back to 2020. The person sent me the email. I've talked about that earlier on. We brought her up a couple of times over the years, but not like significantly. But because she calls it the Alumni House Art Gallery, because that just launched, or the grand opening took place a couple of days ago, 2 days ago. I started to look back into this, into her. And again, I was able to I took the address that's listed on here. I found the parcel number. I took the parcel number and went back to this old website we used to go on here back in the day. Some of you guys remember from back in the day. We're closing out right now. And I was able to get the parcel number and then pull this up, and you'll see that this property back in May of 2019, that she's on the deed. And the purchase price was $25,500. She said that she got the money from other people who were in Ifa Tunde University. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but she's the only one who's on that deed. It sounds like if she did that, I mean, that could be a scam right there. What about the other people? I mean, did they profit off of any of this? The sale amount was $25,500, but this property is now valued at about $125,000. And then in 2021, it transfers over to Nation Builders Capital Investment Group. I've researched into that, and she's the owner of that. It's her LLC along with Ashley. In fact, Brother James found this right here. This is the team. Right? We went through all this. I provided all these different links. And I've also, I showed the actual website because this is actually on Squaresoft, whatever it's called. But there's another website. I pulled that one. I found that one myself. And then so she sits on this property based upon the story that she tells in the video since 2019, and then last year starts renovating. That's what it sounds like what she was saying. And then over the course of a year, she gets it up and running. Okay, clearly she's done renovation because I saw the pictures of the old what it looked like before. It was horrible. And that means that she's passed all the inspections. That means that she got the renovation work done properly and permits and all that stuff. And she does that in a year. But Umar, who's associated with all this stuff for different reasons, I've already showed that during this live stream, he can't even get one building finished at these trap bundles after 7 years, almost 7.5 years, with millions of dollars of donations. Now, one last point I want to make is, I'm not saying that Umar Johnson is funneling money to Hanera, but if he was, I wouldn't be surprised by it. I'm not saying that Umar Johnson is funneling money to Africa, but if he is, I wouldn't be surprised by that. Okay, straight up, I don't know for sure. I go based upon the receipts. Okay, and based upon my receipts, looking into Hanera over the last couple of days, me and James, this is what I've been able to present to you guys today, and it's preliminary. I'm sure that there's more information that I'll be able to find, and James and other people too. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. But what I can say is that if Umar Johnson is funneling money over to Africa, money that he collected for FDMG using his nonprofit, then he's in a whole heap of trouble if the IRS ever comes down on him and does a full audit on the financials. That's what I'm saying. And if there's money going to this project, and this project is associated with a whole nother EIN number, this is a whole nother nonprofit that NARAS has set up. We went through all the paperwork on that. If it comes to pass that Umar Johnson actually donated to this, or he's taken donation money for FDMG donation money and sent it over, that's a problem too. The point I want to make is that as of today, Umar Johnson, he has a building for his cult, and it's not FDMG, but it's 2.5 blocks away from FDMG. Who knows how much deeper this goes? Like I said, I ain't looked into this lady since 2020, but I will tell you this, that the person who sent me that email, everything that they said in there, based upon research that I did and James did over the last couple of days, it pans out. I sent them the email so he knows what I'm talking about. If that person happens to get, because I sent that person last point, I sent that person the email before I did this live stream. If that person happens to watch this, they may not even be on YouTube. That email that they sent, they might not be using that email because it's email anymore. That, again, that's from 2020. But if they happen to see this video and they have any other information that they want to share with me, they're welcome to do it. Furthermore, the person last year and part of this year who was in the Cookie Crush chat, who was kind of feeding information to us, and they knew about this going way back. If you have any other information, you can always send it to me. Okay. Yeah, this Umar Johnson saga is something else. Okay, you got Wilmington, Delaware, you got Ghana, you got Benin, you got, it goes back to San Diego too, and who knows where else. It's a big old mess. Okay, all right, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll pick up what we left off here with the Umar Johnson. He starts giving, I guess, his talk, and we'll see what he's talking about during that. Yeah. Okay, hold on. All right, real quick, y'all. I'm just going to tell y'all this, that Hanera is not Makeda's goddaughter. And I ain't going to tell you what else was said, but I'm going to leave it right there. All right, real quick, I'm going to go through these super chats and so forth and so on. Thank you guys so much. TJ says this scam runs much deeper than we all know. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. We've scratched the surface, and who knows where else this leads into. Okay, but Umar, what I will say is that it's just shady people communing with shady people. All right, thanks, TJ. Broken Palm Tree says, Lenon, I text Umar Saturday and offered $25 a question or $500 for 2 hours to answer all questions. No BS, to call into your show. He blocked me. Yeah. He probably blocked you real quick. He's like, Lenon, I have a video I found where someone did, one of Umar Johnson's, it was a book signing. I should play it for you guys, but if someone reminds me tomorrow and the guy mentions my name, okay, someone remind me tomorrow, I'll pull it up. Okay, thanks, Broken Palm Trees. I also sent there 440 Jews, says Uncle Alert. Okay, thank you, Broken Palm Trees. I appreciate that. Larry says, there's the donation money. Got him. Yeah. How's it going, Larry? Did I say Larry? If I said Larry, I apologize. Oh, shit. I apologize. It's just, can you change the picture? I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, thanks, Larry. TJ says, how's the FBI not looking into this? Now, they may very well at some point. We'll have to wait and see. The one thing I do know, and we talked about this in the past. Wow, we still got 900 people. It's late. I talked about this in the past. The FBI, CIA, or even if you want to say the IRS, they have limited resources when it comes to, vetting and looking into 501, because that's a gang of 501c3s. We can research and find out how many 501c3s there are in the United States of America. Okay, I mean, I would think that there's probably millions, maybe millions of them. Yeah, but have to be millions. So they can't keep track of everything. But see, it only takes something hitting critical mass. Umar Johnson does something really ridiculous where people take notice, and then it goes to higher up, it goes to higher up, and they say, okay, let's look into his nonprofit. Or let's say if Umar, let's say if he gets hemmed up, let's say with some sort of legal trouble, okay, then people will start look. I'm talking about higher up people. They'll start. I mean, we do it, but I'm talking about higher up people. It would have to be something critical mass. If he gets arrested for something, okay, then they'll start looking into it. We'll have to wait and see. It's just that Umar is like low hanging fruit in all of this stuff. He really is. Okay, I'm talking about for people who are like higher ups, that would be investigated, including the IRS. Okay, thanks, TJ. Lewis Suck says Ebony E. Broadway. Her parents actually gave her that name. I wonder if her father is stop. What in the world? Okay, thank you, Lewis Luck. Yo says all that's missing is Cheyenne Bryant's bio next to Ebony and Ashley. Yeah, I read that earlier, and that's what it sounds like to me. Again, these people are not professionals. They're not, but this is how they're presenting themselves on their website. Okay, these are AI pics. They don't look like this. Okay, but again, it's about the optics, and they're talking about investment opportunities, and they're into oil and manufacturing and bridging gaps, creating bridges over to West Africa and all this other stuff. It sounds just like Cheyenne Bryant just making up shit to try to appear to be important. Thanks, Lil. Miss Honey says they gained weight or did they catfish the pig? It's catfishing. That's what this is right here. Look, that's what that is. That's what you call catfishing. Because none of them look like that, and that's okay too. Okay, it's okay, but to be faking the funk like that, it's all part of the scheme, in my opinion. Okay, thanks, Miss Honey. Michael sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate you. Lewis Suck says I ain't gonna say what profession Ebony Broadway sounds like. Oh my God. Yeah, you ain't got to say that. You ain't got to say nothing about that. I ain't gonna say what profession Ebony Broadway sounds like. It belongs. That's you wrote this like I talk. I ain't gonna say what profession Ebony Broadway sound like it belongs to. Shout out to Lewis Luck. All right. Coco says, are those two women his fake wives from the fake wedding? No. Those are two separate because he's had two fake weddings. So those are two different. These women, they didn't participate in the wedding. No, that was two other women. I remember that after this, there was four other women altogether. Yeah. Shout out to Coco. Miss Vernica says, it's good to be back. Salute to you, Lenon, in the cookware chat. And shout out to Umar's unlimited shenanigans. Just get better with time. Yeah, and I was thinking about that recently because all the way across the board, Umar Johnson numbers, like on YouTube, they're down. They're way down. And I look at this stuff. I look at analytics. This happened in January as well. But then we have this, and it just opens up a whole nother avenue of research. Not that I'm going to be spending much more time researching. Again, we talked about some of this stuff back in 2020. That's when I got the email. I don't plan on looking into this much deeper, but it just opens up a whole nother side to all of this, and it's connected to Umar, and it's also connected to FDMG because it's 2.5 blocks from these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. That's telling in and of itself. And again, Hanira, she's staying in Benin, but she's orchestrating all this and coming back and making all this happen. Come on, y'all. That's what you call a cult. Thank you, and good to see you too. Colette Daniels sent 10 jewels, gold coin. Thank you so much. GL said 10 jewels, gold coin. Thank you so much. Ona B 2006 10 jewels, gold coin. Thank you so much for the jewels, everybody. ZTV 440 jewels, Uncle Alert. I always laugh at that one. Uncle Alert. Thank you. TJ says the scam has a lot of key players, not just Umar. Yeah, I think that is the case. I think Umar has women in the background working and doing things, but I also think he's getting played too. That's my opinion. I think he's getting played. Umar is not too bright. He's not too bright. And his ego is so over the top, and women, they'll play to that ego, and he'll get hemmed up. And then by the time you know it, he don't know what happened. He think he's still because they you're the best. He's great. I'm happy to be able to learn at your feet. What the fuck you talking about? That's all. See, that's just manipulation talk from women trying to manipulate Umar. And he'll go for the okie doke because he's goofy. Thanks, TJ. Miss Bernica says sparkles. Thank you so much. And another gold coin for wait for me in the car. Okay. Kadar says, do you see on September 8th, 2021, where the buildings were sold for $10? He put it in her name to begin, then made a low purchase price transfer. Yeah, well, the thing is that could be, she owned it initially in the first place, and then she transfers it over to her LLC. And that's just to transfer it. That's all it is. See, and the thing is that doesn't mean that she paid herself to purchase it. That just means that she transfers it over to the LLC. And then that's what the price is on there. That's a way to kind of, we've talked about this with Umar because I have the paperwork. I broke that story back in February 2019 on his, I'll pull it up right now. The same thing, that same figure, but that's standard if you want to hide the actual purchase price or whatever the transfer, whatever that is, that's how they hide it that way. And Umar attempted to do that, but my research, I was able to find the purchase price of $400,000. He later admitted to that, though. He later admitted to the purchase price of $400,000. And then he also said that it was $500,000, which would have been $500,000. Excuse me. But this goes back. We broke this story back in 2019. So this is the deed right here. And I didn't look. I need to probably go look and see if I can find the deed for this this alumni house. I just didn't think to do it. I didn't have time. But Kedar, right here, if you look right here, where it says witnesseth that the said party of the first part for and in consideration of the sum of $10.00, right? $10 and other good and valuable considerations, lawful money of the United States of America, the receipt whereof is hereby acknowledged, hereby grant and convey unto the said party of the second part its successors and assigns in fee simple, and then 610 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. This is for Umar. Okay, the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy, Inc. Okay, it's a corporation of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Party of the Second. This is because Umar said he was incorporated in Wilmington as well. So I don't know what that anyway. But there's that 10. It's like a placeholder. Okay, but I did the research, and it's $400,000, and Umar later admits to it. More recently, he finally admitted to it, but he also said it was $500,000. He also said it was more than $400,000. One time he said it was around $700,000. Right. Okay. Thank you, Kadar. Goddess Noah says, Lenon, try using an underdesk elliptical at work. Underdesk elliptical. I don't even know what that is. Underdesk elliptical. Oh, that's for your feet. Isn't that for your feet? All to like exercise. That's what you're saying. Because I was talking about how I'm working on. I got on the treadmill. I didn't have time today, but I got on the treadmill last week. I did a mile, and strangely enough, I wasn't really that sore. I thought I was going to be really, really sore, but I wasn't. Yeah, but if I did, I couldn't do that at work though. I could do it at home. If we at work, we do it like this. You're like, what the world's going on here? All right, thanks, Goddess Noel. And then, what's up, Sharif says, this is looking like a dusty sex code. I know, real talk. I just didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say it, but it is what it is. Because I think Umar, real talk, I think he's running through these women. That's what I believe. I think he running. Anyone else think so? Hit the one. I think he's running through them. This is looking like a dusty sex code. Just call Umar Nature Bomb or Dr. God, he's a treacherous, corrupt piece of sham, Sharif. Tell us how you feel, bro. Anyway. Wow. Okay, thank you, Sharif. And then, thanks for all the super chats and the jewels. What's up, Xenoflex? It sent 800 jewels. Turn it up. Thank you so much. These are from like 2 hours ago. I'm so behind, but I'm gonna do these real quick, and then we'll be back to borrow. Thank you so much, the Xenoflex. For the 800 gems. TJ also says, man, shout out to Lenon, James, Black Anonymous. Yeah. Shout out to Black Anonymous and James. James helped me out big time over the last couple of days with all this stuff. So I appreciate it. And again, I wouldn't even have gotten into this deep if it wasn't for him. He sent me that. And he was saying, yeah, you don't know about Sister Nera. Well, I'm paraphrasing. You don't know about Sister Nera in that building. So he started sending me stuff. I started research. I said, oh, damn. And here we are. So thank you so much. Again, we talked about her back in the day. back in 2020, but I didn't go deep because I'm always focusing on Umar. I really don't get into the side quests, you know. But this is relevant now because she's opened up this art gallery for these alumni of the Ifatuna University, and it's 2.5 blocks from FDMG. These trap battles in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, now we have to get into it. Okay, so here we are. Thank you, James, and shout out to Black Anonymous. Salky sent in 1,000 jewels. Thank you so much. A gold trophy. I appreciate that. TJ says sacred stone that ain't nothing but a crack rock. That's from earlier. Yeah. Command 10 jewels, a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you guys again. I don't mean to be this brief, but we got to wind this down. It's late. What's up, information man? Says Umar Johnson cult mindset. Yeah, that's what this is. It's a cult. And again, you've been around. You know, I've always I've stated that I didn't think that he had an actual cult. I said that the closest thing that he had to a cult was Ifatuna University. Okay, but he had another elaborate term for it too. The Ifatuna University, I mean, it's something else. Blah 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 blah. You know how Umar is. But now today, I can say no. He has a cult, and this is the assembly of the cult. Now they have an actual physical place to actually come together and do their cult shit. And Umar, again, he stays in Philly, not too far from this art gallery. But more importantly, this art gallery is literally 2.5 blocks from these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. That's telling. Okay, so Umar has a building for his cult, and then Sister Hanera is going to go back over to Africa, over to Benin. She's going to go back over there, and then the other lady, she's going to be the one, I guess, who's going to be spearheading this gallery. Okay, we'll see how all this plays out, but it's a cult mindset, most definitely. Thank you, information salute. Command sent in 10 jewels. Thank you so much. Giannis says, so what happened exactly? Okay, this is from earlier, so I've covered all this. I've updated. I hope you're doing all right, Giannis. Thank you so much. Thank you, information man, as well for the super chat. Kashia Reinhardt sent in 440 jewels. Thank you so much. And it says Uncle Alert. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sims, another Uncle Alert. Thank you so much. Uncle Alert, 440. Thank you. Information says, brother, we talked about this, that Umar has a contingency plan to leave the country after the FDMG scam runs out. Please speak. Yeah, we did. And honestly, I didn't think that, and I still don't think right now Umar's in a position to exit and move, let's say, to Benin or to Ghana. I don't, because he has other things that keep him here. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? There's quite a few things. But if it ever gets to the point where he's not making any type of money or significant amount of money for this FDMG school scam, and it's getting there, and things aren't in place that hold him here, he will bounce. He will, at least he will try to. See, and the fact that Hanera and what she got going on over in Benin, there's some other stuff too. Like I was talking about earlier, I wish I had brought it up and archived it inside of this folder for this live stream. Well, Umar was over there in Africa, and I can't remember where he was exactly, but he was over in Africa. There was some sort of they had built this new hotel, and it was like an investment opportunity or so. You guys remember that? Hit the one. You know, all of that. Who knows? They may have already made inroads over there so that if he needs to exit, he has an exit. Okay. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Thank you, information man. Derek says, get him drunk, then fleece money. Oldest trick ever. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Derek. TJ says Umar definitely has a type. That's evident. Yeah, well, he's talked about that too. Yeah, he likes heavier set type of women. Everyone, you know, whatever people, that's what you into. That's what you into. But Umar, he'll go for anything. And whatever he can get, he'll go for it. But I think he prefers the larger ladies. Thank you, TJ. Usually Device says she's a second wine lover in the Umar. Okay. Big Jason and 10 jewels. Thank you so much. Gold coin. TJ says he got those swap meet Jordans on. Jordans. Yeah, he had them. He had the things up too. He's stuck in the past. Well, thanks, TJ. He's trying to get him a woman. And Mike, what's up? Michael says that's a lot of thicker sources. Yeah, well, he likes the bigger women. Nothing wrong with that. Miranda says laughing disco. These are jewels. Thank you so much. Derek says Lenon got the old alarm like it's gonna work. Well, you never know, okay? You never know, Derek. Thank you. Negro Saya, wow. I'm going to call CPS on everyone that donated to that, man. I know. It's crazy. I mean, it's truly crazy. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Interesting screen name too. Trucking getting it. All right. Shout out to the truckers out there. 2 Jewel Civil Stars. All right. Shout out to the truckers. Thank you. Thank you for that. User 225. This lady sounds annoying. Stop with the sweet. Yeah, I know. She really was trying. Real talk. I'm listening more to the silly fan. Yeah, the audio quality was horrible. Derek says, we ain't fisking that detector. I'm gonna have to play that song to close out. You ain't fisking. Yeah, it's always something. Anyway, thanks, Derek. Usually Defied says, if my spouse loved Umar Johnson like this, I'd love. Okay, all right. He know damn well his name ain't Kirk. That's from earlier. That's from earlier. Yeah, that's what his name tag said, Kirk on it. Okay, thank you, Negro Side. User 225 says Kirk is the look at me, I'm a captain now. Yeah. Thank you. Van Veneer says Umar circle of auntie wives, his dream. Yeah. Yeah, real talk. Thank you. I'm almost done. YouTube 5 says careful making a fist near Umar Johnson. You don't know. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Van Veneer says 15 years of no school opening. We have been duped. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but they sure did get this art gallery together real quick. Isn't that deep? It's 2 floors too, by the way. Thank you, Van Varner. Also, he plays on women's emotions to raise money. Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of these women are single mothers too, by the way. I should mention that. Okay. Thank you, Van Varner. UG5. So she ran her own FDMG scheme, and Umar Johnson's in on it. Again, that's the question that we can ask. I don't know for sure. But like I said, it just opens up a whole new avenue to look at. And then there's a lot of research that needs to go into this as well. Again, I don't plan on doing much more on it because we got a lot of other stuff to get to. But this is relevant because the art gallery opened up 2 days ago. Right? Okay. Marlon, 10 Jules, happy poop. Happy poop. What in the world? Thank you. Oh, it's a happy poop. Okay, it's a poop that's happy because there's a little emoji. Thank you. Umar is the prince of pimpology, FBA hustler too. Yeah, he's hustling. Yeah. He practices Ifa Nigerian spirituality. He said, I know that's another thing. There is a conflict there because he says that he's Ifa, but then he got these women that kind of rock with him who are they're into, I can't remember what it's called now. The voodoo or vadoon. That's what it's called. So, it is what it is. Thanks, Van Varner. He used donations to buy a house for his sister wives. Now, I don't know that for sure. Again, that's what I mean by it opens up a whole another can of worms. Is it possible that Hanera, she got the money from some of the money from Umar from FDMG donations? Yeah, but what the story that she tells is that she got the money from people who were part of the Ifatuna University, and it's possible that that's where the money came from. It's possible. Okay. Again, the purchase price was $25,500. The property is now worth about roughly $125,000. And now it's in her LLC. It's the deed. Okay. Before it wasn't. It was in her name. Okay. Even those types of maneuverings that needs to be taken a look at. Why does it go to that? Why does it? That's something to think about. But she does have a nonprofit, so maybe she does that so that she doesn't have to pay taxes on any donations that she receives for this particular. And again, when I say donations that she receives for this art gallery, if you look on here, there's a box and it says free general admissions, VIP tickets available for purchase. VIP includes dinner and or wine tasting and 100% art voucher match for auction purchases. Then look at it, says all proceeds go to charity. What charity are we talking about here? Okay, she has an EIN for this LLC as well, nonprofit status, 501c3. Man is just standing there getting I know. And Umar, he loves that. Like you feed his ego, he loves that. Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat. Breshawn says Umar took them on a tour of Philly while tweaking at 3 a.m. and had these poor people thinking it was a profound experience. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, that's what I mean by a coach. You got someone who be out here tweaking, but they talk, I'm so thankful to be able to study and learn at your feet. Remember the video Umar pouring water on his head? He was tweaking. Like a Pookie Messiah? Was that what it is? Thank you for the super chat. They in the chair in the corner waiting. Okay, that's from way early. I'm so behind on this. Thank you for the super chat. Someone was mentioning too at this particular grand opening, like they didn't even have chairs up in there for people to.
After all those years of searching and hunting and fundraising and so forth and so on. So that might very well have been the first group picture ever taken.
Yeah, no chairs. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Hanera FDMG, that's what she said. That's exactly what she said. Thanks, shout out to James too. Thank you so much, bro. He sent me a lot of information today. Michael says she's the ringleader. Umar's so dumb, too dumb to set all this in motion. And I agree on that. Okay. He ain't got it like that. I think that she's more manipulative than Umar is, and that says a lot, and that Umar's getting played. That's what I think. Okay. There's no way. Think about it. Umar, he can't even get one building done at these trap battles in 7 years, almost 7.5 years. But this lady over the last year has gotten this building together so that it's up to code and it's an art gallery. And Umar's raising millions of dollars, dollars. Yeah, Umar, he don't know what he's doing. He's dumb. He's goofy. Okay. So yeah, I totally agree with you on this. Okay, she put this together. This is her plan, and she's materialized something that Umar couldn't even materialize. That's telling you, and he's raised millions of dollars. This is it's crazy. This Umar Johnson saga, it's crazy. Thank you, Michael. Phony Macaroni said 30 jewels. It's a flower. Thank you so much. Flower power, flower power. Yeah. Steve Wonder has a song called Flower Power on that album. I can't remember what it's called. The Secret Life of Plants. Most people ain't heard of that one, but it's a good. It's a classic because it really. I mean, it's like a concept album. It's deep. Thank you, Phony Macaroni. Sharif sent in 400 jewels. Thank you so much. Eagle. The eagle flies. The eagle flies. Okay, turn the heat down and flies. Thank you. User 5 says Umar Johnson got all the crazies. Hanera, Tiff, and all right. Sweet D says, Leonard, you called this out over the years, but now the dots are connecting. Yeah, they are now. Yeah, I think we're going to be shocked at what's all revealed. Yeah, and who knows where this goes. I don't know. Like I said, I don't plan on doing much more research into this. I'm sure other people will. But yeah, it's a monumental moment, if that makes sense, when this art gallery, it's opened. And who knows what comes out of that? Who knows what's going to happen with all of that? And it's such an important dot to the Umar Johnson saga that it brings relevance to Hanera, because in my opinion, she was irrelevant. And I said this a long time ago. But once this happens, and then James sent me stuff, he's the one that sent the stuff that they had the grand opening in the first place. And then while I was looking into all this stuff, I went back. I got the EIN number. I got their EIN number for that the nonprofit. I got the address and I got the parcel number. And I went back to that website from back in the day. It looks different now, and was able to get the information that I shared here. But then, I've been able to put James helped, of course. We put the pieces together, and you realize that this is a lot deeper than just FDMG. You got the cult that she's involved with over in Africa. You got different women coming in and out. Tiff DeGriff, she was a part of this for a while too. And I mean, it really is something else. So who knows what's coming down the line. I don't plan on doing much more research on this, but we'll see. We'll see. But I didn't think that she was relevant, but she is. She's relevant. And the fact that they got this property 2.5 blocks from FDMG, that's all we need. And that, to me, when I saw that, I said, okay, yeah, there's a connection here. That's a huge dot. It's monumental. And that's when I realized that, no, she's relevant to this Umar Johnson saga. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sweet D. And shout out to James too. Again, he helped me a lot with this, what we got into today. Library Blockchain, 440 jewels. Uncle Earth, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Phony Macaroni, a gold coin. Thank you so much. UG5 says, Umar Johnson learning, practicing gynecology. What's up, Enterprise? Says Colt Umar Tardians. Same thing, Linus. Okay. Very well said. Very succinct. Thank you so much, Enterprise. Salute, sir. Michael also says, Fiskin to grab a late snack nightly. Okay, all right. Thank you for tuning in. We're closing out right now. Thank you, guys. And then thanks, Michael. Sweet D says, the woman who deals with Umar are like the ones who gets bitten by the vampire in the old 70s movies. You think she's just hurt until she turns around screaming, trying to bite you. And I have to say, I've been real lenient with these women that be around Umar, but at this point, I have to stop doing that. Yeah, y'all agree? I have to stop doing that. They know what's going on. They're willful participants in this foolishness, and at this point, I can't be like, oh, well, he's taking advantage. I'm not talking about these ones that he's taking advantage of them and blah. No. They're willfully participants in this foolishness. There's enough information out here for any rational person to be able to recognize what's been going on with Umar. Okay, so if they still rocking with him, that's on them, and some of them in on it anyway. Real talk. All right. Thank you so much, Sweet D. We got through everything. Thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. It's a different type of a show, mainly focused on receipts and facts, so forth and so on. Again, I want to say this, that this is all preliminary. If there's anything in this live stream that I misrepresented or that I was wrong on based upon future research, I will get on here, apologize and issue a public retraction and correct myself. I was even corrected while we were live streaming. I haven't done much research in to Hanera, at least until the last 2 days with James. James helped me out, but there's probably a whole lot more out there that I'm sure there is that I don't know about. So I just want to make that statement that this is preliminary, and if I'm corrected on anything else, or if I find other research that contradicts what I've stated at any point in this live stream, I will get on here, apologize, issue a public statement, and correct myself. Okay, fair is fair. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. If you sent in super stickers, or if you sent in jewels, I kind of had to go through things quickly because our main focus was on the topic for today. Umar Johnson has a building for his cult, and it's not FDMG. Tomorrow we'll pick up with the second half of the video where Umar actually talks at this particular event. And if you guys tuned in later, this event was the grand opening of the Alumni House Art Gallery. And this Alumni House, this is for the graduates of Umar Johnson, his Ifatunde University. And I said it many years ago that the Ifatunde University and the participants, that was the closest thing that Umar Johnson had to a cult. But that he didn't have a cult. It's more virtual. But I have to say that now that this has opened, and based upon what Hanera was saying, that no, he has an actual building, and the people who are participating in, they're part of an actual cult now. Okay, it's not virtual anymore. Okay, it's physical, right? And that's very, very much significant when we talk about this Umar Johnson saga. We'll see where all this heads as we continue to move forward. I want to thank you guys again for tuning on. And YouTube says Umar Johnson and Hanera probably smacked. Stop it. Stop. Man, you be going too far. Okay. All right. And if you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button. We'll be back tomorrow. And as we always do.
With my message. Thank you, Sister Avanti. $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20. But thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right. Black South to Black Morrow. Next time, make it 20. Yeah. Okay. Bando Records. I did the video. Good brothers. Who was running this shit? Hanera 62% said Hanera, 38% said Umar. Thank you guys who voted on the poll. Thank you guys again. Yeah, good night, Keontae. Jimmy Jamboree.
Make it 20. Next time, make it 20.
Wow, of course. All right, thanks TJ for tuning on in. Next time, make it 20.
Said, brother, here's $10. I'm supporting you. I looked at the queen.
Yeah, we got the 577 likes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Be Highly Opinionated. Thank you so much.
What I said.
Next time, make it 20.
Times are hard. I understand.
Everybody
doing the best they can, but dreams this big take more than hope. We're trying to build, not barely cope. Everybody's saying not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
It continues. You've been around a long time. Yeah. Umar Johnson continues.
We not selling water ices.
Yep.
We building institutions, family. Next time make it 20. If the blessings come your way, I appreciate the 10. But here's what I gotta say. Next time make it 20. Let the whole congregation see.
Thanks, Queen, for tuning on in. And again, thanks to James. Thank you guys so much.
We building institutions, family.
Thank you, Deshaun.
Hey.
I will, Dr. Sagan. What are you talking about? Thank you, information man. Good night to you, sir.
Asking questions every
and if you need any information, if you want to cover any of this, let me know. I have a document.
How you gonna build it? How you gonna pay?
Thanks, Francisca.
I say one donation,
you welcome,
one
like
dream
me.
at a time.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Everybody pitching in to help us climb. This ain't about quick fixes. This ain't about little gimmicks. Trying to leave something standing tall for the next generation and all.
You guys are wild.
We not discing flat tires.
You welcome.
We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Oh, we not discing flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Next time make it 20. If the blessings come your way, I appreciate the 10. But here's what I gotta say. Next time make it 20. Let the whole congregation see. We not fisking flat tires. We building institutions, family.
Hey, T. Jones, good night. Stop.
Institution builders. What we doing? Building institutions, family. What we not doing? We not fisking flat tires.
578 likes.
We not selling water ices. One more time. One more time. We doing it. We building institutions, family.
What's up, to the rug?
Now everybody clap your hands. Left side sing. We not fisking flat tires. Right side sing. Right side sing. Everybody together. We building institutions, family. Next time make it 20. When prosperity comes through, I appreciate the 10. And I appreciate you too.
That's funny, you
make it 20. That's the message for today.
What's up, sports back?
Institutions, family.
No, we're not doing that.
We not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions,
That's what Umar said
family.
to the pajama mama. He said a pajama mama.
Fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
There you go.
Next time, make it 20.
And there you have it. Yeah. Shout out to Black Morrow. Yeah, it's an instant classic. We had a wonderful time. Thank you guys again for tuning on. We'll be back tomorrow to finish up with the second half of that main video. And after that, we'll go back and start getting caught up on those older videos, which was the plan for today, but we had to get into this. Again, I want to thank James for sending me this information in the first place to get started getting into the research and then helping me along the way as we researched over the last couple of days. Again, I did not think that Hanera was relevant. I didn't think she was, but clearly she is. And based upon a little bit of research that I've done, this whole Umar Johnson saga, it's a lot deeper than what I thought. And who knows what else will come out in the future. I also want to thank the person who sent me the email back in 2020, because what has happened is what we saw today so far with the videos, but then also with the research that I've done, and James helped me to get done, that what this person said back in 2020, everything lines up perfectly to where in now Umar has a cult building. He has a building for his cult. I emailed that person. Hopefully they still use that email, because that's over 6 years ago. And if they happen to see this video, if you want to reach out with any other information or just to connect, you're welcome to do so. So thank you for sending that information. I wish I had taken it more seriously back then. Not that I didn't take it seriously, but I just did not think that Hanera was relevant. But here we are in 2026. And like I've been saying from the beginning, time always tells the truth. All right. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. If you sent in jewels or super stickers or anything else, humbly, I thank you for your support. I do not take it for granted. I do not. And thanks to the mods as well for handling business. I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, love y'all. Take care. Peace.